Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Oman Cricket Academy. Another picturesque outing beckons here on Super Tuesday as you're all set for a doubleheader in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2024. Both the matches will be played at Turf 1 between two sides who've looked just about finding their traps as well in this event. Qatar, fresh from a win against Malaysia in their last game, and Saudi Arabia put it past Hong Kong, China. So much to play for, as both these teams will be eager to add more wins to their kitty. Just the right time to head across to the centre. Andrew Leonard with both the captains for the all-important toss.
Premier Cup. I've got the Qatar captain next to me, Mohammed Tanvir, Hisham Sheikh, the captain of Saudi Arabia, and Mr. Hamim Tawal, the ACC match referee. Mohammed, I think you've got the coin. Give it a toss, please.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
And that's a stall.
It has come down as a tail. Hisham, you've won the toss. What are you going to do, please, and why?
We'll have a bowl first. I think the wicket's a little damp and we want to take the most use of these conditions as well. I think it's overcast and there's been a bit of rain, I think, in the night. So I think looking at our bowling in the last two games, we're backing them to restrict them to somewhere around 150. So that would be good choice.
Okay, can you tell us, how do you assess this group? Where is this group at? Is today a must-win game for your side?
No, sir. Actually, we are going just game by game, and we've always been instructed that way. Just look at it, go by the game. And I think if we just go by the game, if we win today and then look forward to the next game, I think things will settle by itself.
Okay, finally, any team news for me? Do you have changes to your starting 11?
Yeah, I think two changes. Ahmed Rana and Saad Khan are out, and in comes Kashif and another one. I forgot the name. Sorry.
You nearly remembered. We'll work that out on the broadcast in a moment. In you come, Mohammed. You've lost the toss. You're going to have to bat first. What would you have done?
Yeah, inshallah, I will made a good total. So we have a good batting side. So that's why I am happy.
What choice would you have made at the toss? Would you like to have batted or bowled first?
Yeah, of course, the weather condition is for like a bowling first. So don't worry, but we have a good batting. Inshallah, we have made a good total.
The equation is different for Qatar. You must win to stay alive for the semi-finals.
Yeah, inshallah, we must win this match because of the tournament stage is very crucial. So inshallah, we will.
Okay, final question. Any changes to your team today?
We have one change. Ikramullah is out and Jabir is in.
Okay, very best of luck. So that's the news from down here in the middle. Saudi Arabia, their captain, Hisham Sheikh, he's won the toss. And they're going to bowl first.
Saudi Arabia riding on a sea of confidence after a very strong performance against Hong Kong, China. And if they win this fixture today, they'll certainly consolidate their position in Group A as well. Remember, the top two teams from each group make it to the top four for the semi-finals as well. Take a look at the playing 11. Saudi Arabia have made two changes to their side. Captain Hisham Sheikh was brilliant in the death, as well as adding some more value in the lower order. Abdul Wahid, player of the match from the last game, looked so good for his 70-odd runs. Abdul Manan Ali, watch out for him, wicket-keeper bat. Certainly the game changer. Faisal Khan as well. Wajiul Hassan, Ishtiaq Ahmed, Zainul Abidin, Usman Najib, Usman Khalid, Atifur Rahman gets a game. So does Kashif Abbas. And for Qatar, one change for them. Mohammad Tanvir, what a legend he is for the side. Himanshu Rathod, player of the match in the previous game. Muzaffar Shah, Kamran Khan, Ahmed Farooq, Saklain, Arshad, Mohammad Anaf, Mohammad Irshad, Gayan Buddika, Shazeb Jamil Ahmed and Mohammad Jabir. Just a one change for them. Ikramullah missing out for Qatar. So the news from the centre, Saudi Arabia winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Just the right time to also introduce my co-commentator this morning, Pranav Mehta. Pranav, good morning.
Good morning, Miguel. What an incredible event this has been here at the heart of Muscat, between these picturesque Al Hajar mountains, and the climate has just been spot on. Overcast all through these 5 days, and clouds have a role to play today as well. Although I believe they might not disturb us today.
Oh yes, rather more clear skies, no dark patches on top, no signs of rain, but gloomy, a little windy. Just feel like leaving the mic and going and playing in the greens, Pranav.
Absolutely. And wonder where Mr. Sun is. He's been missing for the last few days. He has a big role to play in this land of desert, and he's been missing. Have you filed a report?
I'll say keep hiding, and that'll be the best opportunity for all of us to make full use of this lovely weather out here. Right, back to business. Qatar batting first. Put into bat by Saudi Arabia. Saqlain Arshad. He's just been a little quiet in this tournament. Cameroon, they'll want to give a good account of themselves, give Qatar a good start as well. They did well to chase down the target against Malaysia in the last game. Kamran Khan, he's got a very good strike rate of 153. He's been amongst runs, he's got the starts. He'll want to convert that into a big one. These are decent numbers.
One thing that he would want to forget in this tournament is something that I don't want to be mentioning, but every Nepali fan would be talking about it with time to come. Saqlain Arshad, yes, once again the strike rate pretty decent, 134. He's got a 50 in this tournament, but has not had the consistency on his side. That is something that he would be wanting to work on.
Yeah, that's been the problem with Qatar. They've not really struck together as a unit. It's been in patches. Atifur Rahman, big match for him. Playing his first game of the tournament, seen in the past as well, can get the ball to move. These conditions are perfect to him. He'll be eager to exploit. Four on the off, three on the off inside the circle, a slip in place, third in position, a deep square leg. And two umpires standing in this game, Mohammad Murshid Ali Khan and Vinay Kumar Jha. They are the on-field umpires. That's Vinay Kumar Jha on screen at square leg. And at the striker's end is Mohammad Murshid Ali Khan. The TV umpire is Durrani, fourth umpire Rahul Ashar, and the match referee for this game is Hamimullah Hamid. Murshid Ali Khan there. They've done a very good job, the umpires in this tournament. There have been some close calls, tough calls, but they have had everything going right.
It's almost time. That play will be called in the centre. Wonderful conditions to play cricket. Even the facilities are top notch. The ground staff have worked very hard behind the scenes to make sure that the wonderful tournament is on its way.
Atif steams in, ball number one. Oh, that came in sharply. Talk about seam and swing. Atifur Rahman certainly asking a couple of questions very early. These conditions are just so conducive for a pacer.
If you're playing the first game of the tournament, this is the kind of start that you want on your back. Very first delivery, pitched around the off stump, and it came in a long way. No answer whatsoever from Kamran, just nudging it out at the very last second.
Just creates a doubt in the mind, right, Pranav, for the batter, which way the ball is going to move. A slip in place, you'd expect a few deliveries coming in, and then one suddenly leaving the right-handed batter.
It's a greener top. Believe it's a fresh wicket, and that's where the conditions will have a role to play.
It's the same wicket on which the matches were played on day one, pitch number 4. But let me tell you, the square of the Oman ground is full of runs. Change in field, looking at that kind of swing. Fine leg pushes back. There's fine leg and deep square leg. There's mid-on, mid-off up in the circles, mid-wicket as well. Cut away, straight to the fielder.
That's generally what happens when you see the previous two deliveries coming in sharply. On this occasion, the batter is in two minds whether it'll come in or not, and hence is a little late. At the moment, he's just reacting to the ball instead of being proactive. And in the shorter format, you want to be a little predetermined, if not much. Have a few shots up your mind, maybe 3, maybe 4, and take that early advantage, especially of the power play.
Early advantage, that's the operative 2 words. That came in again. Will be signaled wide.
I play here.
Saudi Arabia winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Hisham Sheikh will be hoping his bowlers make good use of the conditions. But I'll tell you what, it may be overcast, but I'm not too sure if it's very windy out here at this stage. Yesterday a gale of breeze was blowing across the ground. Not too sure if it's that breezy today at this venue.
Atif is charging in. He's not been spot on, but on this occasion he's just corrected things in his favor. That's one of the better deliveries that he's bowled in these three legal deliveries.
Well, talking about not being so windy, they're exactly what we are trying to convey. There's absolutely no breeze, so that kind of movement that we're looking in the air for the bowlers will be negated. Yesterday it was so windy that we could see the ball, especially the Nepal pacers Karan Casey and Sompal Kami getting that ball to move a bit.
Atif, big swing and a big heave as well. There is a fielder in the deep who is going to be a spectator. Atif has got the treatment here. The batter has been predetermined. Yes, he did realize Atif has a big in-swinger to offer and making the most of it.
Poor delivery. Bowled it into the pads, flicked away for a huge 6 over deep square leg. Bread and butter there for Saklain. He's so good in that region. Atif is just about having a lengthy over. This time down the ground. Not so orthodox, but he'll fetch 4 runs for it. And this over is turning out to be a very good start for Qatar.
He's reading him like a book at the moment. Atif walking into his first game of the tournament. And he will have a little bit of nerves. And that's exactly what's costing him at the moment. Erring in line. Length pretty decent. But it's costing him in runs at the moment. 10 and 2 deliveries for Qatar. Saklain is off to a start, loves to dominate, loves to play his shots, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Pranav, in hindsight, is not a bad toss to lose, to be very honest. Qatar making the most in the middle. Picks it away yet again. Another very good strike. That'll be another boundary. It's raining 4s at the moment, and this first over has turned out to be a productive one. It's 17 for no loss after over number 1.
Short of length, and Saklain is never going to be missing out on that. 17 of the very first over. This is not the kind of start that the Saudi Arabians would have wanted, winning the toss and bowling first. The captain will be disappointed, but Qatar wouldn't complain because Saklain has got off to a flyer here at the Oman Cricket Academy, ground number 1. 17 for no loss at the end of 1.
What a start here for Qatar. Put into bat. Saklain should say thank you very much. Dispatched a big 6, 2 boundaries, and has taken his team to 17 for no loss. Ishtiaq, decent economy of 7, 2 wickets. Was very impressive in that last game against Hong Kong, China. He'll be bowling the second. A slip in place. Fuller this time. Straight to mid-on. Faisal Khan doing the fielding. I just like the way Faisal Khan is fielded in this tournament.
Feeling well, but something that is wanted out of Faisal Khan is runs with the bat. And a lot of expectation lies on Faisal Khan. He's one of those premium batters for Saudi Arabia. He's worked on himself, and that's the result of this wonderful fielding. Ishtiaq, he's generating some lethal pace here at the ground number 1. A slightly more greener top, courtesy of the conditions. Ishtiaq is enjoying them at the moment. Good bit of bounce. He's bending his back hard. What do you think Kamran brings to the table here as Sakleen is on fire?
What a delivery, much better, just squaring him up there. Well, Kamran needs to be the perfect foil. Play second fiddle, give company stitch a partnership. Get to the other end, give Sakleen most of the strike. He's looking good, he's batting well, he's striking well. And that's where I feel Kamran, at the same time, should not be overawed by the occasion of his partner being the more aggressor in this. Whenever he gets a chance, he should play shots as well. T20 cricket allows everybody the license to play free-flowing cricket.
Looking for a big one, just as you said. He needs to be cautious. He has launched this one right on the third tier of the Oman Communication Center. What an incredible strike.
Incredible strike is the word, and by far the best shot of the morning. Look at the way he's launched into this one, and look at the distance he's got on it as well. Full follow through of the bat, gets to the pitch of the ball and dispatches Ishtiaq. Well, Kamran just about telling Sakleen, I'm around as well.
What a start. What a start for Qatar here. Dealing in boundaries at the moment.
And that's got the Saudi fielders and the players thinking. And you're seeing some changes in the field. After that six, slip has now been removed. A little bit of a discussion. Looks like a conference, a cabinet meeting between mid-off and the bowler.
I'm still worried with the gully being in place because there is bare minimum movement from Ishtiaq here.
Nicely worked away. Fine up in the circle, tickles it down to fine leg. A 6 followed by a 4. Qatar are turning it on in the middle. They move to 27 in 11 deliveries.
Pretty ordinary, very ordinary from Ishtiaq. Giving a maximum on the previous occasion. On this occasion, sliding down the leg side. And you can't be doing that if you have a 6-3 field. Needs to come to the off stump. And at the moment, the Qatari batsmen are making the most of the situation. You can't ask for anything more than 27 on the board in the first 11 deliveries.
1.5, 27 for no loss. Wow. Nicely played, firmly punched. Strong forward defense. Just goes to show how good the wicket is and how good the batters are as well in the middle. 2 gone, 27 for no loss. After that onslaught in the middle by the openers Kamran and Sakleen, it's time to introduce Spain. Usman Khalid will get a go in the third over. Left arm orthodox. Not amongst wickets, not many overs as well in this tournament. Good opportunity for him to make his mark. Qatar certainly piling on the pressure in the middle. And the momentum is with them. Can they continue? They've been often guilty of throwing away situations that have belonged to them. Usman Khalid needs to make an impact up front. Short and wide. Straight to the fielder at backward point. Now there's a deep square leg. There's a long on in place. 5 on the off inside the circle. A short fine and mid-wicket stationed on the 30-yard circle. There you can see the offside, it's packed. They get past, the ball gets past them, it's going to be 4. Looks to go big, is that a catch? The reaction stated as if there was something on it on the way to the wicketkeeper, Manan Ali. But it was more of a dummy. Sakleen looking to go big. Pulled away. Protection in the deep. Sakleen will get to the other end.
It's a brilliant change, in my opinion. Changing the pace of the game, bringing in Usman Khalid. And ever since, he's kept things interested. Wonderful take. To sum it up, imagine if he wouldn't have collected, most people would have said, oh, it's a drop catch.
Nicely bowled, very nicely bowled. Just about climbing on him. Faisal Khan, you cannot keep him out of action. He is the live wire in the field.
He looks much fitter from the last time that I saw him here at the very Oman Cricket Academy.
Nicely bowled, just cramping him for room, not offering much width, coming with a little bit of pace as well, some arm.
He's been pushing it through, does realize that both these batters are looking to take the attack on, and that's where five balls, 1 run. He's done a great job.
Nicely bowled. This is a fine over, just a single coming off it. Top effort here by Usman Khalid. 3 overs gone is 28 for no loss. What a shot. What a shot. That's coming right at us, and that's a maximum. Beautifully done. Sakleh Arshad is looking unstoppable in the middle.
He's come here with a memo. Sakleh not looking to give any respite whatsoever to the Saudi bowlers. Every time there's pace on offer, he is going after them. And this is incredible striking straight through the line. The best shot of the innings so far, showing the full face of the bat.
And that's why I say the surface is so true that you can play through the line. Not too sure if the decision at the toss to bowl first was the greatest, because as of now, Qatar are making the most of it. Picked away, goes aerial. Fielder coming underneath it. Will it be taken? Oh, it's been put down. Will this be a costly miss? Usman drops Sakleh Arshad. And this certainly will be a big moment in the game.
You don't want to be dropping somebody who is going straight after you. All guns blazing. And Sakleh will survive here, courtesy of Usman.
Usman Najib had enough time to get underneath that one.
He had all the time, yes, certainly. And that's where he made the mistake. Sometimes you don't want that time. You just want the ball to rush onto you. And that's where it becomes a little easier.
This certainly will play on the mind of Usman Najib. Ishtiaq had his man. He needs support from his fielders. And after that shot, quite understandably, Sakleh just about once again adding some calmness. I'm not quite sure he was in control of that shot. There again from outside off.
If you would have noticed, he was way early in line of the ball. He did realize that he'd hit it through, and that's where he was ready for the shot delivery. And yet Ishtiaq was able to get that leading edge, the top edge. And that's a costly miss.
Got a lot of height, not much of distance there. Much better. Ishtiaq is wounded. Little angered as well. Gives a mouthful too. The banter has begun. No bowler likes to be hit over his head.
Especially if he's a pace bowler. Aggression is on offer here. And it's coming from Ishtiaq at the moment. Runs have been conceded by Saudi Arabia. 36 of them. We're still into the 4th over. So a brilliant start for Qatar. And that sole opportunity of a wicket has been gone begging. They need a wicket here to make a comeback, Saudi.
This time again he goes aerial. Faisal Khan coming underneath it. He will not drop catches. He pouches that. Suckleen finally departs, chancing his luck a little too many times there. And Ishtiaq gets his man.
Short ball has come to the support. On the first occasion, it was a catch at deep square leg. On this occasion, much straighter. And Faisal Khan comes into play. Suckleen is not going to be very costly to Saudi Arabia as he perishes just within a couple of balls. And this will be a reason to smile for Saudi Arabia. 36 for the loss of 1 here as Suckleen walks for 23 of 13 deliveries, 2 boundaries and 2 maximums to his name. 36 for 1, Qatar.
Well, Ishtiaq will breathe a sigh of relief, and so will Usman Najib, the man at square leg who put Irshad down sometime back. Mohammad Anaf, another fine talent. Strike rate of 119 so far in this tournament. What a shot! What a way to get off the mark. This has been one of the most exquisite fours I've seen in the tournament. So much of timing on it.
Bounce on offer from Ishtiaq and utilizing it to his advantage. World cut just behind point. And piercing that gap between gully and backward point. What a wonderful strike by Anaf of the very first delivery that he faces. Look how small that gap was. And no chance whatsoever for both those fielders. That's how quickly and that's how good it came out of the bat. 4 done, 40 for 1.
This is a good start despite losing. Arshad, nicely bowled. Very nicely bowled there. Suckleen Arshad departing in the last over. But Qatar have put the runs so far in the power play. Usman Khalid, very impressive. Just like the way he's bowled this morning. Keeping that line very tight. Gives the charge and he's been castled. The arm delivery comes into play. Impressive Khalid strikes. Qatar lose their second wicket and Saudi Arabia are back in the game.
Qatar were always struggling with the spin of Usman Khalid. And he's come to the party here. Angling the ball. Yes, he would have got a little bit of inside edge of his bat as well. But he was not looking to give any room whatsoever to the Qatari batsman. And that's exactly what has castled the stumps of Kamran. So both the openers depart back to the hut. As Kamran Khan is dismissed for 11 of 12 deliveries. The score is not going to be changed. 40 for the loss of 2.
Out comes the captain, Mohammad Tanveer. Team was looking good. I'm sure he would never have thought that he'll walk in this early. Looking at the way Kamran and Arshad were batting in the middle. Both the openers back in the hut. And it's time for the informed captain. The senior statesman, Mohammad Tanveer. He's had a fabulous tournament. 142 runs. Look at that average. Close to 50. And a strike rate of 182. Got a 50 as well in that previous game. He certainly is a very fine player. What a captain, what a leader. Man of few words, makes his bat talk.
He'll take some time. 2 back-to-back wickets without disturbing the scorers. 40 has been a difficult number for Qatar at the moment.
I just like the way Usman Khalid is bowled. Brilliant. Talk about discipline, Pranav.
He's been pushing the ball in. Bowling really smartly. Varying the pace as well. But the line and length has been spot on. Angling into the right-hander on most occasions. Once again, angling into the right-hander, and the fielding has been spot on from Saudi Arabia. Waheed being the fielder on this occasion. Diving to his right at mid-wicket. You need a little bit of support. It's been almost on the way towards a wicket maiden here. And believe it's going to not be a wicket maiden courtesy of a misfield. Commentator's curse, and that's exactly what we would like to call it as. 5 overs done, 41 for the loss of 2, Qatar. Unlock cricket, and that's what you need to be doing exactly right now on your Android and iOS apps. It doesn't matter what platform you're using. You could also log into the website www.asiancricket.org. Lot of live action on offer. Lot of live interviews. Mikhail, you've been a part of a lot of it. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Oh yes, a lot of updates, insights, interviews, reviews, previews. Unlock all of it and join the bandwagon of Asian Cricket Council. You can also log into www.asiancricket.org for more updates. I've just liked the way Saudi Arabia have come back into this game. Fine over by Usman Khalid in the 5th. Change in bowling. It's Usman Najib. 6 wickets for him in this tournament. So he's your wicket-taking option. Slightly higher on the economy side. But as far as you're getting the wickets, the captain won't complain.
In the block hole. And he'll be well negotiated by Anaf. Usman Najib, one of the pick of bowlers for Saudi Arabia in this tournament, bowls the difficult overs. The right arm pacer generates a decent pace. And every time there is pace on offer, it is the Qatari batters who are happy to be responding with a smile, because runs have continued to flow against the pacers of Saudi Arabia.
Playing across the line on that occasion.
And every time.
Fetching for. So Qatar, after a good start, have had a middle order wobble. Rather top order wobble, beg your pardon. Nicely bowled inside edge on that. A quick single. Yes, no, and they go through it. Very good running. They've just got stuck in that rut at the moment, Qatar.
Two quick wickets, especially against the left arm spin. And that's where Saudi Arabia have been able to control this power play. 2 wonderful overs from the left arm spinner. Although the pacers have not come to the party. Final couple of deliveries in the power play. And a wonderful delivery. Wonderful delivery. How has that missed the outside edge of Mohammad Anaf? He was looking to replicate this shot that he offered on the very first delivery through the squarish region on the offside. Usman Najib a little too quicker for his liking. 48 on the board so far with the ball to go in the power play.
Nicely bowled. That one came in a little bit. Just had the batter guessing. 7 runs coming off Usman Najib's first over. End of the power play. It's been a mixed bag. It's 48 for 2.
So into the 7th, and Saudi Arabia battled back really well. It was all Qatar, wasn't it, for the first 3 or 4 overs. Now the game has changed. Such a big contest this in Group A. Pranav, feels like there's a lot on the line out there.
For sure, Andrew. Both these Gulf sides, they play a lot of cricket against each other and they would have a lot of knowledge about one another. And that's where this contest becomes even more interesting. Although one man who's done very well, Osman Khalid, 2.2, 1 for 3. Look at those figures.
He started really well and they needed him to start well. Just been impressed throughout by Saudi's strength, their conditioning, their fitness. You get a real sense that this is something that Kabir Khan, their head coach, has put a massive focus on and is paying off in spades. Good diving stop, another example. Zainal Abidin, we'll see him with his left arm spin, probably, maybe now in tandem with Khalid. Run saved.
It's only a matter of time. Spin is the key here because every time pace is on offer. Qatar have felt a little bit of freedom. Wonderful reaction from Zain. Fielding has been top notch by Saudi Arabia. Yes, a drop catch, but apart from that, everything spot on, especially the ground fielding.
Well, that's a very good stroke. Inside out, 1 bounce, over extra cover into the 1x bat signage. 7 bowled, 55 for 2.
In the arc, just wide of the off stump, and that's where he was happy to free his arms, never looked to keep it down. And just a couple of bounces as the ball caresses past the boundary. Qatar certainly have got the start that they would have wanted. And Saudi would want to pull the things back. Get a few more wickets here, especially of that man, Mohammad Tanveer, the captain of Qatar. He's a damaging player. If he's there for a while, he can make or break a side. Zainul Abidin will come into the attack, just as you asked, Andrew. The left arm spin.
Yeah, 2 spinners will operate in tandem. Both very accurate. And both very impressive. I've liked the way both have gone about their business. 3 for 16 in that win over Hong Kong. Most have called that the biggest in Saudi Arabian history. Really, really impressive.
This is pretty good. Very, very good. They need a wicket here. Saudi Arabia winning the toss, choosing to bowl. The bowlers need to stand up. Well bowled. Pretty well bowled. In the stumps. asking the right questions to the Qatar batsmen. And that's where the key relies. They need to pull a tight line here. Every time runs have to be scored, there needs to be a risk that needs to be taken by Qatari batters. And that's where it would be ideal.
And for Qatar, it's absolute must-win. For Saudi, not quite the same equation because they've got 2 games left. They'll play today and indeed tomorrow. They'll have the challenge of Nepal in their final game. Qatar, equation simple. Win, hopefully win by a margin and hope it's good enough. Don't control their own fate anymore. The net run rate position is a challenge for them. They're well behind Malaysia, although they're ahead of Hong Kong. So if they could beat Saudi Arabia here, and then they would hope that Hong Kong will beat Malaysia, and then Nepal would beat Saudi Arabia tomorrow, they would stay in the mix, which would be some comeback given they lost their first 2 games. For Saudi, if they win today, well, they've almost 1 foot in the semi-finals.
That net run rate would help. They wouldn't mind it. They've done well so far, Saudi Arabia. They've worked hard in the previous few years, especially on the fitness. The quality, top notch. Saudi Arabia.
A great over, 2 runs from it. At any stage of the T20 is a good effort. Zainal Abidin continues to press his case, one of the spin bowlers of the tournament. Gets us to the end of that over. Let's get a look at the points table. So here's the equation. For Saudi, because of that net run rate, the big advantage they have over Malaysia, who are the next best net run rate, it's over a point in the difference. 1.1 in fact. So if they win, they'll go to 4 points. They'll also again get a little bit of a net run rate boost. And even though they'll possibly go down to defeat against Nepal tomorrow, as long as they don't go down to a massive defeat, a really heavy defeat, they should be okay. 4 points should be enough with their net run rate cushion. So that's why today is so important for them. For Qatar, it's much more difficult. An appeal, but no interest from the umpire. No interest from the keeper either. Qatar don't just need a win, they need a big win.
They'll have a lot of hopes. Much better from Khalid. He's bowling a tight line here. Well bowled, turn on offer. First signs of turn here at the Oman Cricket Academy, ground number 1. This is the Men's T20 Premier Cup 2024 and this is day 5.
Yeah, I suspect that Qatar will be just thinking a little bit of rebuilding here in these overs outside of the power play up to maybe over 12 or 13. And then we know Tanvir can go big. So he's got in. Don't want to leave it too late. You don't want 140, 150 on the board. I think here at Oval 1, you're going to need 160, 170, ideally 180. Another good stop this time, a cover.
What an incredible spell from Usman Khalid. Just 10 runs off it and a prized wicket. Once again, charging it into the pads and extracting a little bit of turn as well in the process. He's been one of the standout bowlers. Just when things weren't working with pace, Usman Khalid has come to the party. And he's held one end very tight. They would love a wicket here, Saudi.
You're going to get it. What a catch it is as well, a backward point. He's come forward, Abdul Wahid. He's held on. It's the big one. It rounds out the most marvellous spell of left-arm spin bowling. He's going to finish with 2 for 12. Great catch this.
We asked for it. He's delivered it. And that's how responsive Usman Khalid has been, not just to my words, but to the requirement of Saudi Arabia. Things weren't working in their favor. He's come to the party and he's performed and he stood up tall. 2 wickets to his name at the end of the spell. 12 of 12 for Mohammad Anaf, as 59 for 3 stands on the board for Qatar. So that's the highlights of the power play in favor of Qatar to start off with. The pace was taken apart. They were striking and striking clean. And that's exactly when the spinners came into the attack. Runs were on offer. Yes, a few drop catches as well. And these were some wonderful power hittings. They were missing and erring in line as well. And striking at the ball really clean, power hitting, power game coming into play. The short ball went up for a skyer as it was held well at mid-on. And then the spinner, Usman Khalid, took control of the things, brought things back, kept things tight, got a wicket to his name, while the Pacers were still getting dispatched all round. And right now, 9 overs gone. Qatar standing at 59 for 3. Yes, they have pulled it back. What do you think, Andrew?
It's all Saudi now. The game has changed in a heartbeat. Qatar off to that flyer. Ball was going everywhere with the pace on. And now Usman Khalid has come in. Remarkably, only bowled 1 over in the first 2 games. Batting 6, number 7. And really strangely, he's played 14 T20Is, 15 if you include today. And up to today, he'd only bowled 22 overs across those 14 T20I appearances. A career bowling average of less than 10. An economy rate of under 6. I might have to have a word with Kabir Khan and saying you're underusing your left arm spinner number 2. I know Zainul Abidin is the primary spinner, as the fumble will allow a second out in the deep. That's Ishtiaq Ahmed out there. They've got a real gem of a second left-arm spinner there, don't they? 4 overs, 2 for 11. He's changed the game entirely. It was all Qatar. He's come in. He's bowled 4 on the bounce. And now Saudi Arabia, they're in the driving seat.
Wonder which part of the field was he fielding at for the captain not to have a sight of him. In the block hole once again, angling into the right-hander. They're not looking to give any width whatsoever. And talk about confidence. He was brought into attack when everybody was taken apart and bowled in the power play ahead of Zain, Shazib, Jamil Ahmed. Strike rate is good with majority of these Qatari batters. Confidence, a lot of confidence, and all of a sudden.
It's just incredible how the spin has changed the game. It really has. You look at this contest and you thought that Qatar were just full of confidence from that match yesterday. They took a very hard-fought win. 1.36 for none in the 4th over. Down the leg side, a flick of the pad, so Vinay Kumar Jha won't signal a wide. But then to bowl 4 overs on the bounce and to end up with 2 for 11, well, quite sensational from the left-arm spinner. Really incredible. Not his career best. He's got a 4 for 6 in his career. But Saudi Arabia, they are a team to watch. I think they're the dark horses of this competition. And I don't mean for a semi-final spot. I mean for, who knows, maybe a final and possibly an Asia Cup appearance. How big a story would that be?
Would be incredible, because at the moment all eyes are on Oman, the neighboring UAE, and then obviously it has to be Nepal, the defending champions, although on a different format, but they're an incredible side.
With a really good over. Zainal Abidin is following up. Usman Khalid and the two left-arm spinners, they have it on a string. 10 overs have been bowled. It's time for a drinks break. Break here too for us up in the commentary box. It's 65 for 3. Here's the 5 bowlers that have been used thus far. Atifa Rahman with that extra bit of pace. He's quick, isn't he? Definitely up north of 130, probably pushing 140 at points at his best. I just wonder, will the captain get himself into the attack for a third spin option? Hisham Sheikh with those Sikandar Raza, Sunil Narayan inspired box of all tricks. So I suspect we'll see spin. In fact, we will. Here comes the skipper. That means that he will allow himself a little bit of leniency in terms of how he utilises Atifa Rahman. Got those 2 big wickets against Hong Kong. Not with the greatest deliveries, I must add, of Ansuman Rath and Babar Hayat. Now all he needs to do is do his basics right, because his team are right on top.
Mystery spinner Hisham has a few tricks up his sleeve. He's bowled well in this competition so far, especially on the terms of economy. At the moment, Qatar are happy to be building a partnership here. They need to stitch one. They can take a couple of overs out. Although with T20, you don't have sufficient time. You just need to keep going. Need to get to somewhere between 150, 160.
Yeah, well, these are the really difficult stages of modern T20 games, where historically you would have tried to spend some time building a partnership, but particularly with the wickets we've seen here, pitches that is, both the Academy Ground 1 and Ground 2, I don't think they have time. They've got to go. 10 and over from here gets them to 160. That for me is a minimum in terms of possibly winning this game and also possibly winning it by a big enough margin. That's going to be 4. Cut away. Bit of width on offer. Tanvir does get a boundary. Little streakily, but a critical one nonetheless.
Wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind on any given day. He's been struggling in the middle. He spent a lot of time and finally getting runs. Might be of the outside edge, but he wouldn't mind at all. Because runs are going to be up against his name.
The problem is, 10 and over we saw gets him to 160. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Firstly, to win the contest, and secondly, to win it by a big margin to keep that semi-final picture alive. 73 for 3. And this will paint the picture here. For Qatar, a win, of course, is needed, but it's not just a win, really, is it? Now, there are some permutations where Nepal could give Saudi Arabia a thumping and drag their net run rate well down beneath the others, but realistically, if Qatar win, it's going to be all about that Malaysia versus Hong Kong game. So they'll need Hong Kong to win it and hopefully get that net run rate up above the others. It's all to play for here with just a couple of days left in the group stages. Penultimate day of the groups today, and we've got a day off on Thursday, much needed day off for the match officials, for the ground staff, although they'll probably be here working away. For us, the production crew, and then into the semis, third place playoff and the final. There's 2 prizes on offer here throughout this tournament. Firstly, the big one of the Asia Cup, and then your silver and bronze prize, which is a big one too, off to the ACC Emerging Teams Cup. Good running. We'll get them a single, despite the direct hit. That's where you'll go and play the A teams of the Test Nation. So everyone wants number 1, but if you can't get that, 2 and 3, pretty good as well.
Any kind of cricket, when you're an associate nation, you need that opportunity. With the big guns, any kind of opportunity is a big opportunity. It allows them to work on their development plans, get as much cricket as possible. Exposure. We talk so much about exposure when you're talking about associate nations. And that's so critical. Runs should be 2 as it's cut off at deep square leg. The sweep has come out. The wicket has been turning a little bit, and that's where a little bit of uncertainty for the batters, and that's where the sweep is the safest option.
Yeah, just like Zain Al Abidin's game plan, he keeps things very simple. He knows where his fielders are. I think he's difficult to hit into the leg side because he comes quite wide of the crease. So there's a sharp angle back into the right-handers, and then it's not like he doesn't extract some turn. He doesn't just get turn, but he also gets bounce for a left-arm spinner. He's not gigantic. He's probably only 5'10", but he gets a bit of bounce, and this could be a chance. And oh dear, it's not a direct hit on the stumps, or is it? I think it might have come off Zain Al Abidin. He looks in a bit of trouble. We'll have to get another look at that. No sign of Vinay Kumar Jha going upstairs. Hopefully the bowler's all right.
They were looking for a quick single, and realizing it very late that it was not pretty far. And it's probably hit him on the ankle, and it's trouble times.
I'd love another look at that, because how have the bails come off? We'll get a look in between the overs. It certainly looked to me like the blue bails have come off the stumps. Was the batter struggling at the non-strikers end? We didn't go upstairs. And Al Abidin might have a chance. This has gone nowhere, but straight to long on. It's going to be Ishtiaq Ahmed who takes the catch. Al Abadan has another. What a tournament he's having. What a tournament Saudi Arabia are having. They're putting themselves firmly into the semi-final picture.
Things might not have worked in favor of Saudi Arabia after winning the toss, but they've pulled things back in their favor with the spinners coming into the attack. Probably they're checking the no ball on this occasion. What a wonderful spell. It all started with the left arm spin. And now it is Zainul Abidin who is coming to attack. Oh, this could be touch and go. It could be on the other side of touch and go. Absolutely looks like... Or has he pulled the foot back? We'd love to have a look at it.
You're going to have to roll this replay the whole way through. And sadly, we're just slightly overexposed on that look first time. It's very, very tight, isn't it? Remember, the line belongs to the umpire. You need some part of your front foot behind the line. On landing, there was nothing. In the completion of the delivery, did he get something back behind it? Very hard to tell. This will need to be looked at a couple of times.
That's the slow-mo. And on the first occasion, I believe there is nothing. That's my opinion. Nothing behind. And that's nothing behind. And just as he gets into the delivery, that's where it can be either in air or with the landing. I believe both are okay. So this is going to be touch and go.
Ahmed Shah Durrani is the TV umpire. I think he's going to adjudge this a no ball. He's asking for other angles, which we won't have. It's just that one fixed camera on both ends. Might be able to have a look from an angle that may or may not help. Now you've got to remember another thing here. So I know the foot is in the air, but that's okay. The umpire has to envisage where that would come down. I think this is going to be given as a no ball. And Vinay Jha is going to be asked to return to a standing position. He's going to be asked to extend his arm out. And we're going to see a run to the total. We're going to see a free hit to come. Very tight call. And Zainul Abidin has made the cardinal error. And what he's saying, which is a good point, something I used to do as a bowler, if you land with your front foot in the air, the umpire has to envisage a straight line down from where you land. So he's saying there. He's saying, was my foot not behind the line at the point of contact? The head coach will tell him you shouldn't be that close anyway because you're bowling left arm spin off a couple of steps. It was a very marginal call. It's gone in favour of the batter, and we're going to have a free hit to follow in a moment. We'll get one more quick look at it. Need to roll this through. So what he's saying is at the point of landing there, just before the full foot went down, he felt he had something behind. Here comes the free hit. And it's clothed into the leg side. Going to be the end of the 12th. And the score will be 80 for 3. Controversial over. Just want one more look at something else here. The run out, the ball before. Now, did the stumps get hit by the ball? My question is, how have the bails come off? I'm going to need another look at that in slow motion. Well, I know the ball's clattered into the the bowler, maybe the bails had already been knocked off prior to that, but the bails ended up on the floor. You have to remember, to achieve a run out or indeed an LBW, you must appeal. I didn't see an appeal from Saudi Arabia. So if nobody appeals to the umpire can't go to the third umpire. So if we slow that one down, as they look for a second, which they should get. Think he's home. Maybe not. Saudi Arabia think they have their man. It's all happening in the last few balls. Should we have had a run out the last over? Do we have one this over?
Just as we were analysing things that were happening in the previous delivery, it is the Saudi Arabian camp that are celebrating the wicket. And believe it is Shahzeb who has been in the mix of action. Wonderful throw. Touch and go, touch and go, touch and go. It is, I believe, he might just be home. I believe that's going to be in favour of the batter. Shahzeb is living dangerously at the moment. Imagine of the situation, Andrew. For a moment he was walking back, and the very next moment he's been held on and he's facing a free hit. And now he's in the mix of a run out here.
Well, I do feel a bit sorry for Ahmed Shah Durrani. He's had a lot of action in the case of just 3 or 4 balls. I think he's just home here. That was my initial feeling. Saudi were celebrating like it was a wicket. Very tightly judged too, but I think just about okay. There are 2 standing umpires. You can see the shorter of the 2 there. That's Vinay Kumar Jha from Nepal. Morshed Ali Khan next to him from Bangladesh. It's Afghanistan's Ahmed Shah Durrani in the hot seat up at third umpire. And Raul Usher from Oman, our reserve umpire, all overseen by Hamim Talwal, the ACB match referee from Afghanistan for the ACC. One more look at this just from the fixed camera. I think he's home. Let's get a good look. Direct hit would have been gone, but there, clear evidence. So the stump's not broken yet. Still not broken. There they go. So should be safely home. Yeah, green light just flashed there. So safely home. So 9 and over from here gets them to 150. That's what they have to be thinking as a minimum. Busy few balls there.
For them to get to 150, they will need a boundary almost every over. And it doesn't look like happening with the spinners in action. Mohammad Tanveer is the key here. He's faced 30 deliveries. That's almost 25%.
Just one more look at this run out. Now let's just keep your eye on the stumps at the non-striker's end. There it is. It's the knee. So no appeal. And he's worn one. Back live now. And that's going to be 6. Pumped into the deep. Shahzeb gets his first maximum. Good strike.
When things aren't working your way, this is the best way to respond. Fight it out, Shahzeb. On this occasion, not looking to keep it down and hitting it for a maximum against the mystery. And obviously, he had Hisham aiding him with that full toss. Finally, things working.
Yeah, poor delivery. It's a little bit of licorice all sorts you get from Hisham Sheikh. And on this occasion, it's an expensive over. 11 have come from it. None for 19 for him. It's 91 for 3. So here we go. 7 left. Qatar's fate in this competition, it hangs on the line. Now, I think the accelerator is going to be pressed as I welcome Mikhail Vaswamy. Running between the wickets is good. They'll pick up a second. Big moment there, Mikhail. That no ball was very, very tight.
Oh yes, Qatar just having a little bit of luck going their way, taking nothing away from their batting. They have applied themselves much better in this game, and all depends on Captain Tanveer. His stay in the middle will mean a lot to their total.
Mikhail, how do you assess where the competition is at? We know one of our semi-finalists for certain, Nepal, are in. The reigning champions are there. The second spot in Group A is very opaque. It could be any of the remaining 4 teams, remarkably. And then across in Group B, although you look at Oman having played 3 and won 3, they're not actually confirmed into the semis yet. In some ways, UAE are in a better position. This is picked up down the ground, long on, well over his head. All of a sudden, Qatar on the charge. That's an almighty strike to bring the 100 up.
And Qatar quite literally are making merry in the middle. They've been lucky, few decisions going their way, courtesy a no ball. And this time around, I just like the way Shahzeb has cleared this. Great hand-eye coordination. And just coming back to your question, Andrew, we'll take it after this delivery. That's one. Slap through covers. Very well played again. That stage of the tournament where we are talking scenarios now. A lot of teams will maybe keep an eye on the other games as well. As you mentioned, Group B is so uncertain. I feel this match will largely depend on how Saudi Arabia turn out. We'll certainly want to look at the points table sometime later and have a better indication. Much better. Another quick single. This could be close. Throws at the wrong end. Another very good over. 12 coming off it. 14 gone. It's 103 for 3.
So here's the 2 points tables. I'm going to run you through it as I see it, Mikhail. And you know me, I study these things at night. I'm that much of a badger. Nepal are in. They're in the semi-finals, and they're very, very likely to finish first. They'd have to lose their last 2, and by a margin, to go through in second. Any of those 4 sides can still qualify for the second spot. And then in Group B, both Bahrain and most likely Cambodia are gone. Cambodia here for their experience, and they'll have two more chances to show us what they can do. But even though Oman have won all 3, many fans will go, oh, they're through to the semi-finals. They're not. I'll tell you why. If Kuwait beat them, they go to 6 points. You would expect UAE to beat Cambodia and beat them by a big margin. They'll be desperate to bat first, get 250 plus on the board if they can, maybe get a record total and take a 100 plus run victory to get that big net run rate boost. So even though the table doesn't look in their favour, they're very much in control, having the weakest side left to play. So for Oman, if they went down to a defeat to Kuwait, I think the margin will be something in the region of 10 to 15 runs. It'll depend if Kuwait chase or bat first. They could end up slipping beneath Kuwait on net run rate because those margins are very tight. Remember, any defeat will drag Oman back towards 0. So Kuwait, a win could well see them through to the semi-finals. And then I really expect UAE to hammer Cambodia, with due respect to Cambodia. Great story of them being here. The likes of Mohammad Wazeem, Asif Khan and Alassane Sharafu against an inexperienced Cambodian side. They'll be out for revenge, having lost yesterday. Usman comes into the attack here, changing bowling. So as a consequence, it means that 8 of the 10 sides are still in the semi-final picture, and only one of them is guaranteed a semi-final spot. Quite remarkable.
And it's only intensifying with every game, and clarity will be added only and when the days progress. But for now, though, I'm quite sure, Andrew, for some teams, it'll just not depend on their games, but unfortunately on other matchups as well. And that's one kind of a situation you don't want to get to as a team. You just want to be a Nepal or do a Nepal.
And that's particularly applicable, Mikhail, in all of the Group A's teams' cases, apart from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia still control their fate because they've got 2 games left. For Malaysia, for Qatar, for Hong Kong, well, even if they take big wins, it could be taken out of their hands.
Absolutely. And fair to say, Saudi Arabia looking the better team to just about progress to the top 2, at least in their pool.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I also feel these final 5.5 overs now are massive. Because if Qatar finish with a real flourish, remember it was Shazib, who's now got off to a bit of a flyer with those 2 maximums, who was dismissed off that no ball by Zain Al Abidin and then called back. The umpires used the technology correctly. Tanveer can go big, but he's just taking a little while to get going. He's a wonderful player, career strike rate 140. He's nowhere near that today. He needs to accelerate. If he can accelerate in the final quarter, if Qatar post, let's say 164 from that 11 per over, or 170, very much game on.
And the reason why I feel Qatar has a chance to score big is their captain Mohammad Tanveer. He's so dangerous in the death overs. Saw it a couple of days ago. He makes 6 hitting look very, very easy. He holds the aces in these final 5 overs for them. Usman Najib has looked good. Just the 10 runs in his 10 deliveries so far.
Yeah, hard to overstate the importance of Tanveer here in the last 5. He's got all that experience. He's 43 years of age. He knows he's behind where he needs to be in his personal innings. And despite this 49-run partnership being a really good one, they have to catch up.
And Andrew, if you look at Tanveer's score right now, it's 33 of 36. Now, 33 of 36 in T20 cricket is said a very low, slow score, but he'll change that completely if he gets going. That's the kind of impact he can make with the bat and the impetus he adds low down the order in the death overs. Shazib has just about found his mojo. Pulls it this time. And looks like that's a no ball as well signal. So a couple of runs, an extra delivery and a free hit. So momentum right now with Qatar.
Well, Kabir Khan, the Saudi head coach, is going to be furious. He prides his side on doing the basics right. It's another no ball. How costly is this going to be? It brings up the 50 partnership too. A free hit to follow. I think this is a big no ball from first look. Look at that, yeah. 3 or 4 inches over. Big no ball. Free hit will follow. Eagle-eyed umpiring. Excellent stuff from our officiating team. They've been very good here, the ACC umpires. And this is not a man you want to be bowling a free hit to. Where's Shazib going to go? There's no mid-wicket out. Not out. Bowls him. It's a free hit. Luckily for Saudi Arabia, it doesn't go past the keeper for 4 byes. End of the 15th, 1-1-1. Mikhail, very good partnership this. Definitely bringing Qatar into the contest.
Come in at just the right time, come in at quick time as well. 52 of 38. Remember, Saudi Arabia won the toss and decided to bowl. Now it's just about getting windy. Opening partnership also just about looking good, 36 in 23, but Kamaran and Saklen threw it away. Anaf played a very fine hit to get off the mark, but then he departed as well in a short while. But it's Tanveer and Shazib who've just about steadied the ship and have added some quick runs as well. Time has come for Qatar to just about change gears, and these 30 deliveries on offer will practically decide how far can Qatar get. Put into bat, they have so far responded very well. Over to Captain Tanveer.
Nicely square driven. It's going to be all the way for 4 more. Brilliant batting. Here comes the acceleration. It's going to be a blitzkrieg in the last 5. And now Qatar, they're happy with their position. They have a platform. Can they cash in?
Oh yes, this is a very good position to find themselves in. Once again, 2 full, 2 wide. License there for Tanveer to play that. How well he executed. Wide of the fielder at cover sweeper. Lovely drive, exquisite. The follow through over there as well. Right to the dugout of where his partners are sitting. And I reckon Tanveer will just about flex his muscles in the remaining 29 deliveries.
Yeah, so Tanveer has all that experience. His strike rate's at 100. In the modern game, that's not really good enough on a T20, particularly on the batting surfaces that we've been blessed with here in Oman. Can he catch up? Can he make 38 off 38? Can he make it 70 off 52 or something like that?
He can very well do that, and that's why there's not much panic in the ranks as well, because they know of Tanveer and his batting prowess. Nicely bowled, much better this time. That came in very sharply right underneath the bat. Well, Saudi Arabia will certainly be thinking about a target from here on as to what they'll be likely to chase. They did get a few early wickets, but the manner in which Qatar have resisted and after that rebuilt needs special mention. They've struggled in the tournament, but they've come back well, beating Malaysia, and now they want to give themselves a very good chance against Saudi Arabia as well.
Oh, great drive. The Saudis' ground fielding's been good though, isn't it? They've thrown themselves around. Where would you rate the teams in terms of their fielding? Certainly Nepal probably on the top of that list.
I must tell you, Bahrain is under the cosh right now for not securing a win, but yesterday Ahmad bin Nasir picked out a blinder. 2 blinders at backward point, had everybody on their feet applauding that kind of effort. The Kuwaiti captain Mohammad Aslam as well plucked another stunner. So there are sides who are bringing in a lot of spark in the field, Andrew.
You saw that catch, sensational across on the second oval. Is it fair to say, though, that some of the sides, it's been more about moments of individual brilliance rather than sort of Nepal's almost all 11 together have been driving, well, really benchmark standards for the associate game in the field?
Fair enough point, Andrew. And as you talk about individual brilliance, the reason why Nepal have been the first team to qualify is because it's been a cohesive effort. Everyone has chipped in, pitched in, and added to their stealth. Picked away, pulled away, in front of mid-wicket. What a shot. That's a very powerful strike.
Yeah, Shazaib's playing a good knock here, isn't he? He really is. He's been impactful pretty much from the time he came to the crease. Pace on the ball has travelled today, hasn't it? Really has gone. And the Saudi bowlers always impress me. They're never shy of pace. I think they've got 3, if not 4, up north of 130 kilometres an hour. Saudi's fielding's impressed me. Collectively, they look a fit unit. We even saw the big man, Faisal Khan, with that little acrobatic stop. Got lots of applause from the dugout. I think Qatar's fielding's been a bit under par at points. Such a big factor in our modern game. This time the inside edge saves Shazaib. End of the 16th. 123 for 3. So there is Kabir Khan, head coach. What a journey he's had in his coaching career, his playing career too. Played Test cricket for Pakistan, and then was really the first proper head coach of Afghanistan, and took them through all the initial stages of their journey, all the way from World Cricket League Division 5 through to becoming a Test nation now. I think he's plotting something similar with Saudi Arabia.
I had a good opportunity to have a conversation with him a few days back, and all he was telling me is that he wants to better domestic cricket in Saudi Arabia. He wants to have a full structure going, many matches, more opportunities for the players. There again goes down to deep square leg. Andrew, what's the length as a bowler to be bowling on this surface? If you're slightly short, you're pulled away, you're cut away. If you're slightly full, you're hit through the line. Is it hard to be a bowler on a surface like this?
Well, it is, but look at what Bilal Khan did yesterday. He put on an exhibition of left-arm fast bowling in 3 different phases. At the top with the new ball, in the middle with a critical comeback over, and then the very final death over. No ball again. Oh dear. Well, that's 3 now in a matter of 4 or 5 overs from Saudi Arabia. That's not good enough. Kabir Khan will be furious over there. You have to do the basics right. In terms of what length you have to bowl, Mikhail, what you have to have is options. You cannot just have one option. So you can't only go short or only go to the block hole. You have to have a variety of options in the locker. That length there, that back of a length, I think is a pretty good length, particularly if you've got long on and mid-wicket out. He didn't actually have mid-wicket out, and as a consequence, mid-wicket can't stay out. Free hit incoming. And that's where he's hit, through to mid-wicket. Be a couple of runs to the total.
Ishtiaq doing the fielding and does well to keep it to 2. Tanveer will just about now look to play in the W. Usually you look to play in the V when you begin. Now he'll get a little bit more adventurous. Not many deliveries left. We've moved to 128 for 3. Tanveer batting on a well-made runner ball 42. It's the skill set of the bowlers that come in handy. Everyone needs to do a Bilal Khan, beg your pardon.
I quite like that length there. So you see that sort of back of a length, rather than, I'm not talking about a top of off length, so I'm talking about back of a good length. If you bowl that on a tight line, I'm not sure where you hit it easily for runs without taking some risk.
That length that you're talking about, is it the hard length that has come out as a new term in cricket today? Bowl the hard lengths, the length that does not allow the batter to score runs off.
Yeah, it's more towards the 8 metre area rather than the 6 metre. This time he goes for the blocker, which is fine if that's the option he's going for on that ball. You have to have variety. Haven't really seen a cutter or a slower ball from Najeeb. Everything's been pace on. You need that in your locker too, whether it's the off cutter, the leg cutter, the knuckle ball, the one coming out of the back of the hand. Modern fast bowler needs plenty of options up their sleeve. Beautiful length. What's that, about 7 metres, 7.5 metres? Not a bad line either. Fishes outside the off stump, no contact made. Dot ball to close out the 17th, 130 for 3. Okay, here we go. The 18th over. That's beautifully played. Shazib digs out the Yorker. And he's going to get 4 wrists of steel to get that there.
He had to quite literally dig that out because that was right underneath the bat. Looks like he was batting deep in the crease. Just helped him over there. Nicely executed. Just bisecting the 2 fielders in the deep at long on and mid-wicket. Enough bat on it to run away. Little bit of a concern here for Hisham Sheikh. They can't let things slip out of hands. Kashif, Hisham, the bowler Ishtiaq. Ishtiaq has been costly today. Already conceded 38 for his 1 wicket. Not much you can play with on the surface as a bowler. There's very less room for error.
Seven wickets in hand here, Mikhail. You suspect Qatar need to go at every ball. Everything must go now. That's a cutter. That's very well bowled. Going to be a run-out chance. I think this could be gone. It will be sent upstairs, but Tanvir was struggling to get there, and a good piece of glove work, swift work from Abdul Ali, I think may well have run out Qatar's skipper.
And if this is run out, it's suicidal because the captain was just readying himself to launch into the Saudi Arabian bowlers. But it's exuberance, youth, fresh legs, Manan Ali against the veteran, aged Tanvir. I reckon he's out. And he may have just made it. It's a matter of frames here, let me tell you. It's a matter of frames.
Big question, Mikhail, is that bat on the ground or not? So, that's the question. Is there a shadow? Is that in the air? And that could well be the cardinal sin, the cardinal error. You've got to run your bat in. Probably should have got the dive in for me. The dive definitely would have saved him.
All right. This could be close. And this angle will give more clarity. As you rightly pointed out. Did he plonk the bat? No, he didn't. It's in the air. And if you can look closely on impact with the turf, there's a puff of dust that then comes out. We may just be seeing the red light coming out.
And there's the decision. OUT out. If the bat was on the ground, I think he would have been in. That's the margins we play our game within. And poor old Mohammed Tanvir won't be what he's thinking of right now. He's 1 run shy of a landmark. Was just about to get to 1,500 T20I runs. Would have been the first Qatari batter to get there. He'll have to wait, and he might not be able to complete that landmark here in Oman because his side could be going out of the competition. He's been run out for 43, and Qatar have lost a 4th. It's 134 for 4. All-rounder Himanshu Rathod to the crease. Strike rate 117 so far in the comp. Qatar need a lot more than that. Shazib Jamail will be very important for the remainder of his innings in just his 6th T20I. He's played very nicely. End of what was a difficult knock, wasn't it, for the Qatari skipper. In good batting conditions, 43 or 44. That's not what he would have wanted.
But his partner made up for it, and that's why that partnership looked good because it came at a brisk rate, courtesy both the batters just about holding fort in the middle. Big break here for Saudi Arabia though. Looks to go for the scoop. Half-hearted appeal.
Well, Mikhail, I think this is very close, but it's been given as runs, no signal. And he's saying bat is involved. I thought it might have been pad first. Vinay Kumar Jha from Nepal. If it was pad, it looked incredibly close, but no, it's the bat. That's why Vinay Kumar Jha is the umpire, and you and I aren't. Brilliant from him. A great decision again from one of Nepal's best. really looked adjacent, didn't it? But it's come straight off the cue end of the bat. And Himanshu gets off the mark. What a shot from his first delivery. Does at least get Shazib onto strike. This has gone up a long way. Fine leg goes back, takes the catch. Saudi Arabia, they're dominating this last quarter. They're sensing semi-finals. They're sensing bigger things. Really good bowling.
Oh yes, didn't quite get on top of this, Shazib, and finally he departs. Very good catch, had to run backwards. And that's been taken well. Much needed break again. Back-to-back wickets here for Saudi. Half the side back in the dugout for Qatar. Shazib walks back for 38 in 27. It's 135 for 5.
Mohammad Irshad to the crease. Qatar, well, they've just lost their way, haven't they? Lost the two set batters that put on a very good partnership for the fourth wicket. The run out, well, for me, is a bit unforgivable. Captain should have got the dive in. Should have preserved his place at the crease. What a start that is. Irshad, one ball, nearly smashes it into the big screen. All the way for the maximum. Misses his length, Ishtiaq. Straight into the slot and smashed out of the ground.
I guess you got to give it to Irshad because look at where he was batting in the crease. Deep inside in the very first delivery. So he converted that into a full length and dispatched that. Look how far in the crease. He converted that into a full volley, half volley, beg your pardon. And just about deposited that over the cow corner region.
It's actually clipped the side of the big screen. I think the Oman Cricket Association will be happy it wasn't a yard or two straighter. Vinay Jha has to get one of his box of tricks out. Out come the scissors just to trim off a little bit of damage that's been done to the ball. They carry everything, these men. There's all sorts on the belt and in the pockets.
Oh yes, fully equipped are the umpires these days. Right, Andrew, what's a good total? What's a safe total on the surface? We have another 13 deliveries to go.
I think they need a flying finish. They need 170 because remember, it's not just the win they need. They need a net run rate boost too. Deep in the crease again. This time he goes shorter and Irshad can only get it away for a single. He'll keep the strike. 18 bowled, 142 for 5.
.75 of 53 for the fourth wicket. Shazib and Mohammad Tanveer. This is where Qatar just about rebuilt and also accelerated. This has been the defining innings. And just when both the batters were readying themselves for the big hits, they have departed. And after that, it's been a little bit of a struggle. However, Irshad has just walked in and played a very fine hit. It's all about partnerships. They say your start decides the end. But in any form of cricket, you have to be strong across all the lines, Andrew.
Problem for me is Mohammad Tanveer's two contributions there. 11 off 17 in the third wicket partnership and then 32 off 27 in the fourth. It's all fine and good if you catch up at the end, if you have that flying finish. If you don't, you can end up in a position where the innings you play can somewhat harm your team. So he may be the top scorer in this innings, but I don't think it's been a particularly effective one for his side. 19 off 28 for the third wicket. Here comes Atif Rahman in for his second over. It was very expensive in his first. What can he show us at the death?
Oh yes, he was greeted by some home runs and boundaries, conceding 17 of his first. He was at the receiving end. Yeah, they'll have to go for broke now, Qatar. They have wickets in hand, 5 more. And Irshad is looking good.
Yeah, a little slower ball bowled into the surface. Good skills. Irshad picks out the man. And he's outthought him. A little stare from Atif Rahman. I suspect this is a leg cutter. It's intentionally taking all the pace off the delivery. And the slower ball bouncer works.
More often than not, it's the slow ones that come in very handy this time around as well. A change of pace has induced a wicket. Wicket number 6 here for Saudi Arabia. Dragged it short, but it came at a very slow pace and a very good catch as well. Atif strikes in his second spell. And Irshad has to depart. He walks back for 9 in 3. It's 144 for 6.
Amir Farouk to the crease at number 8. Qatar, well, they might end up with 160 or something in that region. Oh, the direct hit might give them a freebie. It won't. Good alertness from Zain Al-Abidin at backward point to save the overthrow. I'm not convinced 160 is going to be enough.
Like you have been saying it time and again in this innings, they have to win by a big margin, Qatar, to make an impression in this pool. And that's why 160 was the kind of batting that Saudi Arabia have. Will be very hard to defend. But we've seen funny things happen in this tournament. That's why I need to wait and watch how good the Saudis start in their chase. Nevertheless, it's the finishing touches that Qatar needs to apply.
Well, rather extraordinary strokes. Going to end up with 1 run. He's looking for almost a dill scoop, isn't it? Or the shot that was initially pioneered by Ryan Campbell before Tilakratne Dilshan brought it to prominence around the world. It's the one that in essence goes up right over your head, looking to get it over the keeper, come off an outside edge down to deep third.
Well, he certainly tried for the dill scoop, but may have just taken the shoulder maybe on the way, and that's why it went towards third.
I think Vinay Kumar Jazz saying actually has it come off the helmet. It has, so he wants a concussion check. Again, brilliant umpiring. Rightly so. So what he's looking to do is scoop that over his head. I think it was David Lloyd on commentary that was saying when Mal Loy played a variation of that shot, which was the kind of front foot down sweep off Brett Lee. He was asked, was it a good shot? Was it brave? He says, I don't know about that, but you'll need a good dentist because look at the risk you're taking. You're putting your head down right in line with the ball, and that's where it cannons into.
Himanshu Rathod didn't quite get into position, off balance as well. Quick concussion test. He looks fine. Right, they can share a smile as well. All is well that ends well. Right.
I don't think I've ever seen a handshake at the end of a concussion test before. But look, it was a glancing blow, and again for Atif Rahman, who can get it up over 130. That was another intentional slower ball. But you've got to follow the protocols for a reason. We've had, well, unspeakable tragedies, haven't we? And that's why those things are in the game, and rightly so.
Quite a wonderful bloke to talk to, Himanshu Rathod. Full of life and just about found his place in the Qatar team in recent times and has made an impression ever since.
He's continuing with this back of a length. I think they're leg cutters that he's trying to roll out. Effective thus far in the over wide this time.
I just feel the Saudi Arabian team bowling first has been a little slow with their approach in terms of being more proactive. I just felt they've been sitting back and waiting for results to happen. Qatar inching towards the 150 mark.
Again, it's that length, this time an on-pace delivery where Farouk can't really get much of it. Surely that's given as the one for the over it is, so he probably can't go short again, or that short. Does he look for one Yorker just to close the over out?
Qatar still have a chance to make it to the top 2 in their pool.
Yeah, so I think a change in the field as a consequence. Short third will come up into the circle and deep fine leg will go back. Everyone on the leg side's in the deep. Looks like the leg stump Yorker to me. That's exactly what he attempts, but not quite executed perfectly. But because everyone's in the deep on the leg side, it only costs a single. After a very expensive first over, Atif Rahman comes back well, gets his first wicket, and Qatar are 149 for 6. Here comes the last over. It'll be Usman Najib, who starts with a perfect Yorker. Just be a single down the ground. 150 comes up in the 20th over. Surely they're looking for 10 off these last 5. 160, will it give them a chance?
Well, early inroads, quite certainly. But if I'm Saudi Arabia right now, I'm already thinking about the chase. The idea is to just keep it simple and chase down the target. You don't want to do anything silly if you're Saudi Arabia. Just get those 2 points, Andrew. How would be the approach then?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think because of their net run rate cushion that they already have, they won't be even considering or talking about it. Oh dear. Well, just as well he hit, because if he didn't, Usman, you may well celebrate. You could have walked it in. It will be run out. He might have looked a little foolish if he'd missed that one, because he could have walked, let alone run that home, as the two batters ended up at the same end. Anyway, it will be the run out.
Oh yes, he had all the time to just go back to the non-striker's end, but sometimes you're blinded, and that's why. Look at that for a throw. Risky, it clicks, and the celebration comes out as well. Usman Najib. But you just need to wait and check which of the batters was run out maybe. I guess that's what the decision is pending about. Did Himanshu Rathod get to the other end before the striker?
I tell you, that's a good shout. There's obviously no front foot check because you can be run out off a no ball, which it wasn't anyway. Now, one batter is saying, well, hold on, did I run by you? We're going to need to get a look at that. My gut is the non-striker is the one that's out. I don't think they ever crossed. Well, either way, Amir Farouk is the one who's been adjudged to be run out. So it's the striker, not the non-striker. They did cross who's been run out. He's gone for 3. So let's get a look here. So you can see here, they're not crossed yet. Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that. For me, I think Himanshu is the one that should be out. Very, very interesting. Maybe I'll be immaterial in the end. I think the wrong man's out there. It's going to be Guyan Budaka. And it's 2-2. That's a beauty. Full and straight. Maybe it's immaterial now because Himanshu's gone. It's all happening out there.
Himanshu follows Amir one delivery later. So both of them back in the dugout. Usman Najib, what a delivery in the death. This is the perfect ball. Get it right there. You miss, I hit. He's quite animated as well. He's bowled very good this morning. Himanshu Rathod has to depart. He walks back for 3 and 5. It's 150 for 8.
Well, here we are. A little bit of controversy for me. So if we pause it here, have the batters crossed? Let's get a look. I don't think they have. I think for me, the wrong batters ended up being given out. Now it's immaterial because he's been cleaned up from the next delivery. But just a very small and tough decision for the umpires. I'm surprised we didn't have a look upstairs. Either way, Qatar, well, they're in tatters. They've lost 5 very quick wickets in just 3 overs. Make that 6. It's a team hat-trick. It may well be an individual hat-trick. Usman Najib, he's got 2 to his name. The team of 3 and 3. And it's only the number 11 to come. We've already had 1 hat-trick this competition. Will we see another?
Oh yes, he's kept it dead straight. He's using his height and pace to the advantage. This time quicker, bending his back. Another wicket falls. Qatar capitulating in the end. Not being able to add those extra bit of runs. And it's Mohammad Jabir who departs. Usman Najib with his second. It's a team hat-trick for Saudi Arabia.
And he's now joint top of the table alongside Virendeep Singh and Isan Khan. Usman Najib, he's got 8 in 3 games. 3 for 33 twice in the tournament against Malaysia and Hong Kong. Here he's got 2 for... He's been quite brilliant, hasn't he? Particularly here at the death. Well, in terms of hat-tricks and their chances, you wouldn't want any more than this. Qatar's number 11, Musawir Shah, is not renowned for his batting. In fact, he's yet to make a T20I run in his now 14 appearances. So maybe the dream scenario, you're bowling to a man who's never made a run in this format of the game. You're on a hat-trick. Your team's got 3 and 3. The team want to make it 4 and 4. We want to see the second hat-trick of the competition. Here's the first. Full, straight, middle stump knock back. Here's the second. Just a good length. Poor shot, isn't it? The off stump is rattled. There's only one place he's going here. It's full and straight again.
Yes, he's going to go very hard at the batter. An opportunity here for Usman Najib to create a little bit of history for himself in this tournament. We've already seen 1. 3 wickets. The first one was a run out. Next 2 have been clean bowls.
Oh, so close. It was already ready. We had the 58th T20 international hat-trick in men's cricket the other day for Akib Ilyas against Cambodia for Oman. But Musawir not only survives it, he gets a first T20 international run too.
He's off the mark. Early jitters put to rest. And Usman Najib, what a match he's having. 2 for 23. Saudi Arabia have done well. They've come back well. That one brief partnership between Shazeb and Tanveer was looking threatening. Lot of discussion for the last delivery here. Andrew, for the one final delivery.
Well, I would think you go full and straight again. It's worked pretty well in this over. Surely that's where he'll go, full and straight. But there's fielders running everywhere. Only 1 ball left, Saudi Arabia. You've done everything right. But meticulous planning from the skipper. It's been an absolutely calamitous collapse this for Qatar. They were 134 for 3. They're now 151 for 9. They've lost 6 wickets for 17 runs in less than 3 overs. And the last quarter of this innings belongs by a distance to the men in green. No idea why this ball is taking so long. And Vinay Kumar Jha, I think, would be well within his rights to say, come on guys, get on with it. You've got 3 wickets in the over. So fielders running everywhere. Square leg comes into the circle. Deep mid-wicket now goes back. Another change. Long off comes up into the circle, into mid-off. Still think the plan is going to be the same. It's going to be full and straight. So here we go. Last ball of the first innings of game number 15 here. It is full and straight, and it's smashed away for what will definitely be a single. And they should get a second too. Not a great piece of fielding out there. They won't think of a third. And that innings, particularly the end of it, it belongs to Saudi Arabia. Brilliant bowling from Usman Najib, the tournament's joint leading wicket taker, and Usman Khalid, the standout, 2 for 11 for the left arm spinner. Quite sensational. It's helped to restrict Qatar to 153 for 9, and Saudi to take one big step, one giant leap, if you will, into the semi-finals. They won't be confirmed with a win, but they'll be certainly in a very strong position. They'll need 154 to do that.
Oh yes, they'll certainly consolidate their position if they get to that target of 154 when they come out to chase. Well, Qatar certainly 20 to 30 runs short. Put into bat, it were the openers who began well. They scored quickly, but once they departed, there was a little bit of a wobble with Anaf departing, but then a partnership that came at a relatively decent pace. Mohammad Tanveer and Shazib coming together. A runner ball 43 for Tanveer, and Shazib, after getting a life of a no ball, capitalized well on it. But after that, it was utter capitulation here for Qatar, as they just about caved in and were not able to add some more runs in the final overs. And this meant that by the end of 20 overs, they managed only 153 for the loss of 9 wickets. So as many as 5 batters, all in the top 5, getting to double figures, but none of them able to capitalize and get to a sizable score. It was only Mohammad Tanveer who got to 43 and Shazib 38. But just when they were teeing off, they lost their wickets.
Here's the bowling figures. 2 wickets apiece for Ishtiaq Ahmed, for Usman Najib, and for the standout of all 6 of the bowlers used, Usman Khalid, 2 for 11, 14 dots in 24. Doesn't come much better than that for the much underutilised left-arm spinner. Let's take a look at the best of this first innings. Plenty of runs and plenty of wickets too. Initially, it was really all Qatar, wasn't it?
Oh yes, but the Adifur Rahman was just straying way too down leg side, and that's when the Qatar batters capitalized. It was absolute domination by the top order. Both of them were teeing off very comfortably on all sides of the wicket. Ishtiaq Ahmed too was welcomed and greeted by some monstrous sixes in the middle. Some nudges, some tickles down to fine. And it was no looking back for the Qatari batters as they were making merry in the middle. And just when they were finding their way to a big score, the first wicket, good catch by Faisal Khan. It was Usman Khalid who just about brought Saudi Arabia back in the game. Then of course we saw some wonderful catching and fielding as well. That was Abdul Wahid.
Yeah, good catch to dismiss Mohammad Naf. A backward point. Plenty of big shots though, particularly from Shazib Jamil, the keeper batter, who I thought played really nicely for his 38 off 27. You're not going to see much of Mohammad Tanveer here because he only hit 3 fours in his 44 ball stay at the crease, despite being the top scorer. I'm not sure the runs have come quickly enough. And then that was his dismissal, run out by Manan Ali, the keeper. It sparked an almighty collapse. The wickets started to come very, very regularly. One big hit too, that was from Mohammad Irshad, but he was dismissed soon after by Adifur Rahman. And then a rather calamitous run out. Now we think the wrong man might have been given out, to be honest with you. And from the next ball, there was 2 and 2. In fact, for the team, it was 3 and 3. So nearly at a hat-trick, didn't he, Usman Najib? 8 wickets for him now in the tournament. Guyan Munawira, the last man there, 2 not out for him. 153 for 9. We're going to have a very quick turnaround because that first innings took longer than it should have. We are back on air in just 4 minutes' time with all the action. The action will start in 6. Where Saudi Arabia, to take their second win in the tournament, will need 154 to win.
Welcome back after a short break here at the Oman Cricket Academy. What an incredible match we're witnessing here. Day 5, match number 15 of Group A. 154 to win. And Saudi would certainly fancy their chances against Qatar here. Such an important game in the context of this tournament. They would want to get those 2 valuable points and progress ahead into the important semi-finale. Alongside me, it's going to be Moody Mudassar. Moody, what do you make of it?
Good afternoon, Pranav, and good afternoon to all of our viewers. What an interesting contest we are witnessing. They batted well, they came back well in the first innings. Qatar led by Tanveer. Both the teams have a very good chance, especially Saudi Arabia, because they have that advantage of having one more game in their kitty after this game. 2 men walking in. The man in form, Abdul Wahid, who has been in an impressive touch in this tournament with the bat. And alongside Abdul Wahid, is Usman Khalid. So all of a sudden, change of plan, and talking about Abdul Wahid, 2 games, and look at that average and strike rate. Strike rate of 142, average of 54, almost 55. 16 fours and 1 6. He's the key for Saudi Arabia if they want to get those 2 points in their kitty, Pranav.
For sure. It's not a lot that Qatar have posted on the board. 153. And these are the kind of matches which on most occasions go down to the wire, because when you're chasing down a little below par score, you will feel overconfident. Usman Khalid, not great numbers to talk about, but that is something that he would look to get it right in this particular encounter against Qatar. 153. Probably 10, 15 below par.
Not sure, but overcast conditions still, there's slight movement. So the bowlers have that advantage, and looking at the field setup, it's a defined leg and third man stationed at the rope. Runs in the bowler for the first time. Thick outside edge. A golden duck. What a start. The man in form, Abdul Wahid, departs.
What an incredible way to pick up a wicket. You've got 153 on the board. You might be below par, but if you can pick up a wicket of the very, very first delivery, you're certainly into the game. Angling in, or just shade bit away from the right-hander, the number 99. And he is going to be walking back courtesy of that good glove work right behind the stumps. And what a way to start the second innings. Qatar, Abdul Wahid is going to be walking back off the very first delivery. And it's trouble times for Saudi Arabia as they are 0 for 1. In walks the experience of Faisal Khan. He's an incredible striker of the cricket ball. The last time that I saw him here, he was a little bit out of shape, but now he's worked hard, and he's worked very hard on his fitness, which can be very well visible in his fielding.
2 games so far in this tournament, and what a knock he played. Important cameo against Hong Kong and helping his team to go past the 200 mark against Hong Kong. Now a lot depends on Faisal Khan because they have lost Abdul Wahid, the man in form for Saudi Arabia. What a start provided by Amir Farooq. Quite interestingly, Pranav, no slip in position.
Swinging, and it's missed it. He has his hands on his head. Amir Farooq, and why not? He almost had the back of Faisal, but that almost is not going to be coming into consideration.
Now everything is happening. It was on to the pads. Hitting the gloves here. Then rolling. Just going past that leg stick. Get a slip in position, Tanveer. The ball is moving. Keep on attacking.
What's playing in their head is the attacking power of Faisal Khan, the powerhouse Faisal Khan. needs to realize that he will have a little bit of nerves. Is it a no ball? Is it a no ball? Yes, it is. So everything is happening in the middle here at the Oman Cricket Academy ground number 1 as Amar Farooq oversteps, and this is going to be a free hit.
And this tends to happen as a fast bowler. You are charged and you got on the very first ball, want to increase your pace, showing that determination and overstepping. So it will be free hit, and it's Usman Khalid who has been promoted up the order, the left-hand batter. Can he get the advantage of that extra delivery?
Ahmed Shadurani, the umpire towards the parking lot end of the Oman Cricket Academy ground number 1. This is the Men's T20 Premier Cup 2024, and what actions do we have on offer? Nail-biting matches, nail-biting thrillers that have been offered throughout the tournament, and high-scoring encounters have not been any second. Matches have been very interesting, and the viewers, they've been given a delight here at the Oman Cricket Academy, courtesy of a lot of hard work from the ground staff.
Shimmy down the track, nowhere near the ball. It was a free hit. Couple of runs added to the total. Yes, we have seen close encounters throughout this tournament, and this is what they offer, the associate nations. We always talk about the big teams performing quite well. And this was the first ball wicket. Extra bounce up movement, charged up, lit up. Extraordinary piece of bowling. What a start provided by Amir Farooq. The danger man is back in the hut, Abdul Wahid. It will be a tough road for Saudi Arabia. Now that 153 looks like 175.
Why not? It is Amir Farooq that is steaming in at the moment. He's making things happen. He's making the ball talk. And he's asking some seriously very difficult questions at the moment. And he's bowling in a good line. This will find the gap. And in the process, the Saudi Arabians will happy to be collecting a couple to their name. A lot of action is on offer here. They need wickets here, Qatar. They've already got one, and that's a big wicket. And if they can pick up maybe 2, maybe 3 wickets in the power play, it will make it a very, very good contest.
Not only they need to win this game, but also they need to make sure to win by huge margin to keep their hopes alive. This is the last game for Qatar in the league stages. Waiting for Saudi Arabia, they have that advantage. They're playing their 3rd game, and against the left-hander, he has got that slip.
Big shot. Believe it or not, it's come from the bat of Usman Khalid. And that is a slaughter. Nothing less than a slaughter. What a shot is that. Power, incredible power. Cutting the bowler in half. No remorse whatsoever.
And look at that shot, and it reminds me of the tape ball cricket, the way the ball just moved. Slight wind blowing across the ground, but it was a tremendous good-looking shot from Usman Khalid, not afraid to take on Amir Farooq.
This first over has been action-packed, starting off with a wicket. And then runs have been pouring in for Saudi Arabia. This is something that Saudi Arabia has been doing throughout this tournament. They've been expressing themselves and expressing themselves well. Not looking to shy down to a contest. Once again, looking for that big heave is Usman Khalid. The man who did the trick with the ball is trying to make things happen with the bat right now. Saudi Arabia at the end of first over, 10 for 1.
An interesting game happening here, and looking at the points table, let's see how the team stands. Saudi Arabia, after defeating Hong Kong, they're at number 2 position. All the 3 teams, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Qatar, has a chance. Even Hong Kong, China. But the problem for Hong Kong, China is the net run rate, Pranav.
You have to be a mathematician to be a cricketer. Such has been the times in the recent days. The shorter the duration of the game, the shorter the format, and math comes into play. I honestly feel that Malaysia and Saudi Arabia, to be honest, they have a huge chance here. Considering that Qatar have put on 150, 153, they'll have to win by a big margin. And considering the kind of surface that they are playing on, considering the kind of opposition, I don't think this is going to be a one-sided contest.
Gyan Butika coming from Combox end, forcing Faisal Khan on the back foot, and quite interestingly, though they have one more game up their sleeves, if they went on to lose this game by huge margin, next game they'll be facing Nepal. So they will be in a trouble kind of a situation. Saudi Arabia, a very good time for them to get those 2 points in this game and keep their hopes alive for that semi-final.
Believe it or not, they made a mess of their chase against Malaysia. That is a game that they should have won. They were in control of the game for majority part of the time. It's only a couple of overs in the final phase that they messed up, and this one has come incredibly good from the bat of Faisal Khan. He's one of the star batters of Saudi Arabia, and he's making things happen here. He's expressing himself and never look to keep it down.
Cut hard, width offered, and not afraid to free up his arms. Faisal Khan, the Pathan power comes into play. One bounce, 4 runs. Good to see, though they have lost Abdul Wahid, there is a positive approach by these two batters, not afraid to take on the fast bowlers. And this is how they came into this tournament, and this is the reason they went on to defeat Hong Kong.
And they would have learned a lesson from that game against Malaysia as well. This is gone. This is a goner. Faisal Khan, one shot too many for him. And Gyan is going to get a wicket to his name. The in-swinger has castled the stumps of Faisal Khan, and this is a big moment in this game.
One more big wicket going down. What a reply. Rolling the fingers. Ball just keeping a bit low. Coming into Faisal Khan. Nowhere near the ball. Caught in an awkward position. Love is in the air for Gyan Budika. The second wicket going down. A big wicket. Saudi Arabia feeling the heat. 14. They have lost Faisal Khan. Are we just waiting and want to get that confirmation whether it's a legal delivery or not? But the big news as of now, Saudi Arabia, they have lost Faisal Khan.
Can you bring the dead out of the grave? It has happened on previous occasions. It's such an interesting moment when you've already been dismissed and you're walking back to the dugout and you get another opportunity. Not on this occasion, because Gyan Budika way behind that line. And he doesn't want to take any chance whatsoever. Believe Faisal Khan will have to walk back to the dugout, and it's going to be a slow one.
Trying to make a comeback in this tournament, and if somehow they can win by big margin, Qatar, look at that wicket. Angling into Faisal. Not reading that bounce. Good send off.
Love is certainly in the air, Mudassir. They're pumped. Why wouldn't they be? They're probably 10-15 below par, but they've made a match of it already. And this is just the second over.
Even our director is liking the celebration of Gyan Budika. Look at that jump. And now, where is this foot landing here? Yeah. I think it's fine, Pranav.
Probably for a moment they were checking the sideline. And finally, order has been restored. Faisal is going to be walking back. 5 of 5 for him. And it's trouble times for Saudi Arabia as the second wicket goes down for 14. It's not just us, but there are two teams that would be watching this match very, very closely. One is Malaysia, as the captain walks into the middle, Hisham Sheikh. He needs to contribute, and he needs to contribute in a big way if they want to seal Qatar out of this tournament. They need a win, and they need a big win here. Don't want to leave it for the very end.
A bit fuller, chasing the delivery, loud appeal, an animated appeal. How they are pumped it up here, the fast bowlers of Qatar.
Suddenly there is a little bit of a spring in their feet. They're moving a little quicker, they're aggressive, they're attacking. They know this is a prize wicket here. If they can have the back of the captain very early into the game, this would really put a lot of pressure on Saudi Arabia. And that's how they would want it to be. They want to make sure that the required run rate keeps on rising as Saudi Arabia are in that pressurous moment. And he'll be watchful there. He does realize the value of his wicket, Hisham, the captain of Saudi Arabia. What a wonderful over this has been. 5 balls. It all started with a dot ball followed by a boundary. The wicket of the very first ball, the wicket of Faisal Khan. He's so important to the Saudi Arabian lineup. And now the captain making sure that he stays calm. He's a character. Every time that we are talking to him, he has very few words. And he just wants to make things happen in the middle. 2 overs done, 14 for 2, Saudi Arabia.
$14 for the loss of to Saudi Arabia at the end of over number 2, and the weather has been kind, Pranav. It's April here in Gulf, but still cold wind blowing across the ground here.
Doesn't feel like Oman for sure. Looking for the big backlift swing. It is Usman Khalid. He loves to express himself, and even with those 2 wickets falling, he's not going to shy to a contest here against Amir Farooq. I've been in Oman for 36 years. That's my entire life. I'm born in Oman. And never in these 36 years have I seen weather such as this in the month of April. It's hot, it's humid, the sun is baking the earth. And on this occasion, for 4 consecutive days, this is the 5th one, I have not seen the sun.
It's completely different this year, the weather here in Gulf region. Coming into Usman, a quick single has been taken. Good thinking, smart thinking, but what an effort coming from the fielder. Hisham was ball watching. A direct hit. Are we going upstairs? Yes, we are going upstairs. He might be in trouble here.
Incredible, incredible stuff. Choosing the right end on this occasion. He might have just made it in at the right time, the captain. Such lazy efforts can so often be a lot of trouble. Not just for yourself, but for your side as well, because the Saudi Arabian camp wants Hisham to be there and there till the end to see them across. It's a much win match. They need to win, and they are desperate to win this game.
What an effort coming from Irshad, and after losing those 2 wickets, lot depends on this man. Hisham Sheikh's the light coming out. He stays, continue out there in the middle. If we talk about the captains, every team captain, they were brilliant. The likes of Hisham for Saudi Arabia, the way he's leading the men in green. shows the character. Nicely managed. And at the other end, his counterpart, Tanveer, he's one of the top run getters for Qatar. And it's not easy to lead a side who works. They have the morning shifts and somehow they just get a time before the tournament to meet and greet and do the practice sessions together. So it's not easy to understand the skills and the mindset of the players, but full marks should be given the way they are leading the sides.
No two thoughts. Incredible, incredible from both these captains, and not just them, but others as well. What I've witnessed over the years is that I'll talk about Oman, and it's a replica for the other nations as well. As cricket develops in Oman, a lot of cricketers are turning to be full-time cricketers rather than part-time cricketers. And that is courtesy of the corporates taking the interest into this game. They're giving the support. They're giving that much-needed guidance in terms of support staff, bringing in coaches. You would see Oman transforming into a way fitter side, courtesy of the fitness trainers, physios, the strength and conditioning coaches come in. And all of this has happened under the guidance of His Excellency Pankaj Khimji and the head coach, Dilip Mendes. And it's something similar. They're breathing fire at the moment, the Qataris. And it's something similar for all these other Gulf nations or other nations that are participating in this tournament. They just need time. And with time, they will just grow bigger and bigger as a cricketing nation.
Rightly said, and they're playing a very big role if you talk about the boards and the associations. And now they're playing back-to-back games, especially if you talk about Oman. Not only they do have their domestic tournament, but also they invite the teams, play a couple of 50-over games as well as T20, and making sure the boys get the right platform, the right practice games.
Sliding down the leg side on this occasion. It all comes down to the facilities. Oman has world-class facilities here, right in the heart of Muscat, between these picturesque and wonderful Al Hajar Mountains. State-of-art facilities, which are enjoyed by a lot of test-playing nations as well. The England women's team was here just a while ago. A lot of world-class tournaments have been hosted here. And you can witness and you can see why it has been happening. There were heavy rains. Within 45 minutes, the ground staff were able to get the matches on the way. Angling into the pads, a big appeal which is going to be turned down. It is the umpire Ahmed Chaudhurani who was in action. And that effort from Amar Farooq is going to stay low.
A good decision and an easy decision. Just with that angle, it was missing the leg. An animated appeal. So 3 overs done, 16 for the loss of 2. And talking about the facilities, the best thing what I have noticed in the last 3-4 days, once it stopped raining, within half an hour or 40 minutes, the ground get ready. Full marks should be given to the groundsmen, the way they are working, and full efforts put in by each and every member who are associated with this tournament. And that is the reason we are witnessing some class games here in Oman Cricket Academy. Today we are witnessing Saudi Arabia versus Qatar at Oval 1, chasing 154. They have lost 2 batters, 2 men who are getting those runs for Saudi Arabia in this tournament. Abdul Wahid and Faisal Khan back in the hut. Gyan Budiga will continue to trouble the batters here with his pace, with his angle. Still, third man and deep fine leg, 2 fielders stationed outside the 30-yard circle. Overcast conditions. something for fast bowlers to extract from the surface.
Gyan Bodika. They need a wicket here. They've been hunting for a wicket. Into the pads, probably sliding down the leg stump. It is Vinay Kumar Jha in action on this occasion. Umpiring has been spot on. Our umpires. Decision making. Nobody has been disappointed about it. It's a rare occasion. The batters never believe they're out. The bowlers believe the batters are always out.
Talking about the decisions, look at that. Trying to create that pressure on the umpire, but unmoved. He knows it was clearly going down the leg. That angle not helping Budika. Back-to-back dot deliveries. Not giving much room to Usman Khalid. He was exceptional in the first innings with the ball. Now he needs to get some runs for his team. While swaying and misses the line completely. He is doing the damage. Budika is on fire. Usman Khalid back to the hut.
What a time. Yes, they were looking for a wicket. And Gyan Bodika with his flying kiss coming into play. Showing the captain that this is the place where I belong. This is my area. You miss and I hit. Usman Khalid is going to be walking back to the dugout in Saudi Arabia. Yes, this belongs to you. If you can bowl deliveries like that, Gyan Bodika, you can certainly claim the wicket. Usman Khalid walking back 9 of 9, and Saudi Arabia are in a lot of trouble. Where do you think, Mudassir? Where do you think it's early times in this second innings, but where do you think Saudi Arabia is missing? In my opinion, it's the running between the wickets. They're looking for big hits and big hits only. And that's where 21 deliveries into this game, into the second innings, 16 for 3, despite all those big swings. And that is the reason, in my opinion. What do you think of it?
I completely agree with you, Pranav. They are unable to apply on this surface. Yes, they have lost Abdul Wahid on the very first ball. Then it was a poor shot selection from Faisal Khan. And the next wicket going down was of Usman Khalid, the new batter. Abdul Mannan Ali, the tall right-hander.
What you get with these Saudi Arabian batters are free-flowing stroke making. They need one of those players who can play the anchor role and guide them from one end. And very well, could it be Abdul Mannan Ali? Look at that strike rate, almost close to 200. Average, not too disappointing as well in the shorter format. But right now they need to play themselves in. Can he do that role?
Poor cricketing shot here. Hisham needs to talk to his partner. Every batter is in a hurry to go after the fast bowlers here. And not able to read the conditions. And exploiting the conditions quite well is Gyan Budiga.
What I would have liked to see in terms of the field positions, it's a windy day and the wind is blowing into the face of the quick Gyan Budiga. So anything downtown will travel. But if you're talking about the field, the fine leg, just as I was about to point, that the fine leg needs to come in and the deep square leg needs to go out. Before I could point it out or complete my point, it has happened. Because that big swing from Abdul Mannan is most likely to travel to deep square leg. And the short ball comes in picture, in play. What a wonderful over this has been. It's a wicket made in for Gyan Bodika. And Saudi Arabia are struggling. They're reeling at 16 for 3 at the end of 4. Driven straight back. Hisham yet to open his account. 8 deliveries is what he's faced. It's very important that he hangs on till the end because they've made a mess of this chase already. 154 is what they need. And they have slumped down to 3 wickets down. The entire top order has collapsed. One thing you'll get with Saudi Arabia is if one of the batters can get along, because they'll continue to keep playing shots, that 153 can be achieved in quick succession.
Oh, even the likes of Hisham, he's struggling, and this shows the class of the fast bowling department of Qatar. This is how you exploit the conditions, the windy conditions. There's some grass on the surface, and bowling at the right channel is the key for these two fast bowlers.
Yes, coming from around the wicket and angling it away from the right-hander. That's a skill. That's a serious skill, especially if you're bowling with the white ball in your hand. The left-hander, Amir Farooq, wonderful figures for him. And on this occasion, the slower delivery, change of pace, didn't have to do that. And right now, the Saudi Arabian batters are living on the edge of the cliff. Every ball is a wicket opportunity. On this occasion, it was almost a run out.
What a contest we are witnessing. All of a sudden, the team which was looking favourite in this game, now they are forced on the back foot because of some extraordinary piece of bowling and terrific effort in the field. A low full toss, and look at that pick up and throw. Clean pick up and throw. Nowhere near the frame, and good backup from the fielder.
He had given it up. He had given up. No chance whatsoever. Abdul Manan Ali could have very well walked back to the dugout without opening the score. He's going to be there to face this one from Amir Farooq. Back of lane, then he's going to be watchful. Does love to hit a long ball, but this is a different kind of situation. They're 3 down very early. Just 8 deliveries in the power play. On one side, his heart would be feeling, let's go for these 8 deliveries. On the other side, it would be his mind telling him, hold on, let's take this game deep and make a chance for ourselves. Which one would you choose? Your heart or your mind?
My mind stopped working when I proposed my wife. At the time, my heart said that I should propose her. So it was a good feeling. So always I go whatever my heart says.
Full toss, not being put away. So you would go for the shots. You would go for the big hits right now. 3 wickets down with 7, 8 deliveries to go in the power play. You'd go for the big hits. That's exactly what you're saying. So can we get that message to Abdul Manan? Because that's what he wanted to do when he walked in. And now he's just fending. Even those full tosses are being fended away down on the ground.
It's always easy to say sitting in the com box, Pranav. But I do understand it's not easy for the batters because of windy conditions and the bowlers bowling at the right channel. There is a sharp movement. The key for Amir Farooq is the way he's bowling at the right channels, hitting the deck hard, thick outside edge. So a single has been taken. I think they need to be very patient, these two batters. If they can apply themselves for next couple of overs, settle in, then the runs will come. 5 overs done, 18 for the loss of 3.
Well, you can unlock cricket by downloading the ACC app. Visit the website suasiancricket.org. The wind is just whipping up, wreaking havoc over on the other ground. Look at that. There'll be more repair work for the team to do. First change in bowling, and it's going to be immediately effective. Qatar on fire, inspired, it's all happening.
Even the likes of Hisham Sheikh, not able to apply himself, wanted to take on the fast bowler while swing. An easy and a good decision by the on-field umpire coming into the right-hander. Caught right in front. It was in fact Abdul Mannan Ali, adding just a single to his name. In a bit of bother here, chasing 154. They have lost their fourth man, 18 on board.
Well, a bit of chaos being whipped, isn't there? The wind is whipping up across the Oman Cricket Academy. Might be whipping up Qatar's chances in this competition. Waji Al Hassan, that good 42 runs thus far. We'll need something special.
Mohammad Jabir, a good start, got the big wicket of Abdul Mannan. A lot depends on this pair, Hisham and Waji. The problem has been they're in the same mood. The way they played against Hong Kong, the conditions were different, the ground was different, the track was different on the day. They went on to post 201, but now chasing 153. You need to have a different kind of approach, especially keeping in mind the windy conditions. And a good captaincy from Tanveer, getting Jabir early into the attack. Nicely managed, yes and no. Sharp in the field, Tanveer.
The big problem for Saudi Arabia, it's not been with the ball, it's not been in the field. It's the lack of depth to their batting. Abdul Wahid, I think he's a world-class player. I love watching him bat. Faisal Khan's a different kind of player, but he's very effective. He's a bludgeoner. He has a swing. He's a bit of a Mohammad Shahzad, isn't he, up at the top? Those two, Khan became the first to go past 1,000 T20I runs the other day. Those two have a massive disparity in their quality to really the rest of the squad for me. Abdul Wahid's got over 900 runs, an average of 30 plus, strike rate 125. Faisal Khan, strike rate 166, average over 30. The rest, with the exception of Waji Al Hassan, who's new in his career, he's averaging over 30, strike rate 150. They're good numbers, but it's only his 12th game. Nobody else for Saudi Arabia has got more than 400 runs in the history of T20I cricket. I know they're still new, but the problem has been a lack of depth to their batting. So when they get in a position like this, they get into huge trouble. And it's a long, long way back from here. It'd be a long way back if Faisal Khan or Abdul Wahid, one of the two, is still there. They're both gone.
Rightly said, because this is what we have witnessed against Malaysia. They were in a strong position, but not getting much runs from the middle order or lower down the order. That has been the problem for Saudi Arabia. Now a lot depends on Hisham Sheikh. He has been very calm and composed. He came in, saw his partners walking back to the hut. Three batters played wrong shots, poor shot selection from Faisal Khan, Abdul Mannan, Usman Khalid. Let it go, let it go.
Yeah, Kabir Khan, look at him. He's absolutely dismayed. He can't understand where this has gone wrong, because I don't think he'll have been dissatisfied with that first innings, particularly the end of it. 150, well, 153 that Qatar have ended up with. I think it's below par. And he doesn't understand what's happened to the batting. Credit to Qatar, they bowled brilliantly well. But Saudi Arabia just being blown away. They've lost 4 in the power play. Could have been a 5th there. End of the first power play. 6 bowled. It's all about the men in maroon. It's 20 for 4. It's the end of the first power play into the second. So the remainder of the innings, there'll be 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. In a funny way, it may actually ease some pressure on Saudi Arabia's batters. What I'd love to see from Qatar's captain here is don't go to the stereotypical play. Don't immediately drop all 5 back. Look at those flags. They're being whipped left, right, and almost blowing away. Don't know where this gale has come from. And good captaincy. 6 in the circle.
Not letting that pressure go here. Attack is the key for Tanveer and for Qatar. They have got 4 wickets. They'll be eyeing to get Hisham Sheikh. The last hope, I believe, for Saudi Arabia. But he needs the support from Wajiul Hassan. Amir Farooq has been brilliant into his 4th over. Good idea from Tanveer to complete his quota of 4.
Yeah, don't mind that. If you're going well, continue to attack. The thing I love, though, Mudassir, the thing I think he's done really well here.
Where is the slip? This is what we were talking from the ball number 1. A thick outside edge and lucky runs. 4 runs for Waji and more runs for Saudi Arabia.
A real fortune. Would it have carried to first slip is my question. I don't think so. So yes, you make a good point. Could have a slip in place as well. Could go all out attack. Because remember, Qatar don't just need a win. The larger they can take a win by, the larger chance they will have of advancing to the semi-finals. Net run rate going to be critical for them. It's the only way they can go through. Unless we have a washout tomorrow, of course, that could be a miracle that would put them through. Protection out there will just be a single, but the thing I like is that quite often in the modern T20 game, a captain can just go into almost the formula that he's used to. So 2 fielders outside for the first 6, and then as soon as the power play ends, he will immediately go to 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But in this case, he's identified Mohammed Tanveer that his team are on top. So the 2 extra men are in the circle. Mid-off and mid-on have stayed up, and that man at cover is saving 1. Even the man at backward point is saving 1 too. So he's trying to continue with the attacking mindset, the attacking approach. That's good captaincy for me.
Nicely done. The key has been hitting the deck hard, bowling in the right channel. Slight movement, inviting the batter to come onto the front foot for the drive. Quite interestingly, no slip in position. Conditions supporting the fast bowler here. Excellent piece of bowling. And look at that required run rate, 9.67. They started this chase, it was below 8 runs per over. Into his final over, got the big wicket of Abdul Wahid on the very first ball of the second innings. Looking good, sharp, Amir Farooq.
Yeah, the wind even playing havoc with the bowlers' run-ups too. It's very, very strong, isn't it? It really is. I don't know where it's come from. Maybe, hopefully it will just clear the clouds away. Hopefully no threat of rain.
Nicely managed, taking those singles. They need to focus on rotating the strike. Instead of trying to go for those big shots, rotate the strike take those singles, run hard, convert those singles into doubles. What they need is a partnership as of now, Saudi Arabia. Top 4 batters back in the hut. A lot depends on Hisham Sheikh. He's taking his own time. 14 deliveries for his 2 runs. At the other end, run a ball 6 for Wajul Hassan. So for the one last time in this game, runs in Amir Farooq. A low full toss, nicely managed, but straight towards Rathod. So an excellent spell. 4 overs, going for 20, a wicket to his name. Saudi Arabia, 26 for the loss of 4. 7 overs done.
Let's get a look at the best of the power play here. Mudassir belongs entirely to Qatar, doesn't it? Sensational. Look at how pumped up they are as well. That was the one that bananaed down the ground. That was the poor shot of the power play. Big swing across the line, almost a kiss. And Khalid was cleaned up then, and then a plum LBW. Vinay Kumar Jaz had a very good day, isn't he? Got all the decisions right, and that was spot on the money too. You lose 3 in the power play, you're in trouble. You lose 4, you're in all sorts. And that's where Saudi Arabia are. But they have to keep fighting. What they have to do is hopefully keep the win alive for their side, but also, even if they can't get the win, they need to narrow that margin of defeat as much as they can. Keep their semi-final chances.
Absolutely, and someone needs to send that message to Hisham and Wajil Hassan to go near to the target. And somehow I have that feeling if Hisham stays till the end, you never know, they can get that 154. But as of now, they're controlling the things out there in the middle. The fast bowlers of Qatar got a wicket on the very first ball of his spell Jabir, getting rid of Abdul Mannan Ali. Straight towards the point. The experience of Tanveer leading the troop of Qatar. He was excellent with the bat. Now utilizing his fast bowlers quite well.
Still 6 men in the circle. Qatar continue to try and apply a stranglehold. What Saudi Arabia need to do, I can understand why they haven't done it yet, but in the next over or 2, they need to take some risk. They need to take on mid-off or mid-on. They've got to get the field back. If they don't take that risk, the game will drift away from them and they won't be able to get back into it. Required run rate now over 10 per over. So you have to take a couple of risks. Dance down the track. Try and clear mid-off or mid-on. Give yourself some rude. Slash it away over the offside. There's no one in the deep, barring deep third on the offside. Force Qatar's captain with 1 or 2 moments of risk to put the field back. That will give you your singles to achieve. Then try and pick up 4 or 5 singles and over alongside a boundary. Just stay in the hunt and the chase. You have to keep fighting.
Trying to change the pace, going down the leg. Absolutely, and if you want to come out of this trouble kind of a situation, you need to attack. Someone needs to attack. At least 7-8 runs in next couple of overs. Try to get 8 runs every over.
Yeah, and for me, Wajil Hassan would be the more natural man to do it. Career strike rate over 150. Hisham Sheikh, well, he's going to be the one that breaks the shackles here with a boundary. His career strike rate's under 100, would you believe? Captain of Saudi Arabia. He's only 7 off 16, but he does finally get a boundary.
A much needed boundary. A width offered and nicely managed. Keeping it down the ground, cut hard, and no chance for the third man. But they need a plenty of those kind of shots from Hisham as well as from Wajul Hassan.
And that one boundary has already sent one of the 2 men that could go back long on has dropped out of the circle.
A glorious looking shot, going past that mid-off a bit fuller and opening the face of the blade. Lovely piece of timing.
It's a half volley. There to be dispatched, but dispatched with real elegance, and it needed to be by Hisham Sheikh. Saudi Arabia's captain, before those 2 shots, was 3 off 15 in a T20 international. Get away with that in an ODI because you've time to catch up, not in a T20I. So he's going to need to start to do something special. Back-to-back boundaries, it helps for Saudi Arabia.
Good comeback. So good over at last for Saudi Arabia. 11 runs from the second over of Muhammad Jabir. 37 for the loss of 4. 8 overs done. Eight overs, 37 for the loss of 4, and for the first time spinner has been introduced. Musawwar Shah, the left arm orthodox. Played close to the body. A single has been taken. For sure, those back-to-back boundaries from Hisham might give the confidence to Wajul Hassan as well.
Now, these 4 overs of Musawwar are going to be key. Think about that first innings. Usually it's Saudis quicks that dominate, but it was the 2 spinners that were brilliant in tandem, the 2 left-arm spinners. They bowled a combined 8 overs. And he took 2 for 38. He went at less than 5 and over, and Usman Khalid was a pick of them. 4 overs, 2 for 11. Phenomenal. Can Musawwar replicate one of those 2 spells?
Excellent. Smart pace of thinking and batting by these 2. Tap and run. Not trying to go hard on Musawwar. The key will be rotate the strike. The likes of Himanshu Rathod, the off-break bowler. He holds the key in the middle overs for Qatar. Trying to cut quicker delivery. Good take by the wicket keeper. There was an opportunity to get some runs.
Well, I think that's the Bahrain team bus, because I'll be able to show you in a moment that Cambodia have been here for quite a while. They've been enjoying all of the action. They're going to tease us. Who's going to be first off? It surely has to be Bahrain, doesn't it? Oh, it is. There they are. There's the lads. All set to go. We've got action this afternoon as an errant throw is going to cost a second. Only just. If the bowler could have collected that cleanly, could have been run out trying to get the overthrow. 2 runs to the total.
A lucky escape for Hisham. A poor backer from Musawwar Khan. There was an opportunity to get rid of Hisham Sheikh. This is what happens when you take those singles. All of a sudden you can convert that single to double, run hard, put that extra pressure on the fielder. Nicely managed on the back foot. So 5 runs. A good over from Musawwar. The good news is a partnership stitching between Hisham and Waji. 42 for the loss of 4. 9 overs done.
There's the Cambodian side we'll see in action this afternoon. It will be, well, probably the best chance for both sides to pick up a win this afternoon. That's going to be game number 16. Bahrain, well, they're out of contention for the semi-finals completely. And Cambodia, well, it's a learning experience for them here. They could pull off one of the biggest wins in their history. It'll be here at the Oman Cricket Academy Turf 1 ground in Group B action. Bahrain against Cambodia. That'll be 2:30 p.m. local time. We'll bring you every ball of that. Cambodia, obviously a definite gulf in class down to them, but they've shown a few moments, haven't they? Thought they batted well in that first game, posting 140, 141 against Kuwait. And then the shame was it was a rain shortened game, wasn't it, against Oman? Just 11 overs per side for that one. Could there be an upset this afternoon? Could Cambodia dust off Bahrain?
Now you never know, because they are a very good side. The way they played against Oman, this is what happened in the previous over, going for that extra run, a good throw coming in. But look at that backup from Musawwar Khan. And he knows, Tanveer knows, there was an opportunity to get rid of Hisham. Nicely done. So sticking with the fast bowler, Jabir has been good with the ball, though he has leaked those back-to-back boundaries in his previous over. But he made sure to keep Hisham on the back foot.
Well, he's living on his emotions a bit out there, isn't he, Mohammad Tanveer? You see some captains, your Mahendra Singh Dhonis, your own Morgans, very cool, very calm, very collected. Well, it's the opposite right now. There's a bit of Virat Kohli, there's a bit of animation, isn't there, to Mohammad Tanveer. This is nicely played away, but a good stop in the deep will keep it to a couple. But Tanveer is living, he's breathing every moment of this. He knows it's a must-win contest for his side to have any hope of the semi-finals.
The captain, all of a sudden, when you know that you got a chance to move into that next round or even into the semi-final, that emotions will come out, and we have seen that emotions from Tanveer in the previous over, leading this group of Qatar quite well. It's a couple of runs on the previous delivery. Coming down the track, Hisham. This is what happens when you spend time on the surface. After that, all of a sudden, runs will come. Couple of boundaries in the previous over of Jabir, looking comfortable out there in the middle. Hisham Sheikh, 14 of 23. Getting some support from Waji, who's batting on 12.
Need a bit more risk here. Sheikh needs to play some shots. He's 15 off 24. Okay, he's still there. His colleagues aren't. 4 of them are gone back in the hutch. It's not quick enough. You have to score boundaries here. Now, the required run rate, unless we see a maximum here, is going to be the best part of 11 per over in the second half of this chase. 2 captains today. They both played slowly. Tanveer at less than a run a ball. Hisham Sheikh even less than that. It's all well and good getting runs. You need to get them at a clip. You've got to start finding the boundary, Saudi Arabia.
So a single to end the over number 10. Hisham on 15, Waji on 13. 47 for the loss of 4. 10 overs done, and there will be a double change in the com box. And top of that, it's a drinks breaks. Some relief for the players.
Well, at the halfway stage, Qatar's 153 for 9 looks like 253 for 9 for Saudi Arabia. That's because they've put themselves in a precarious situation. They've lost 4 wickets inside 50. And this chase now is looking all the more daunting. Just the right time to introduce my co-commentator Pranav Mehta. Saudi Arabia need 107 of 60.
And it's going to be the man of the match, Himanshu Rathore, who is going to be coming in. The man of the match of the previous game. Looks difficult. Looks difficult from here.
Yeah, they'll need a big partnership, and that too at a very fast pace, and all depends on how Hisham and Waji team up together. Another wicket from here, and Saudi Arabia will be staring down the barrel.
You'll see one of these deliveries from Himanshu, which will be a big turning delivery.
I'll tell you what, had that been a direct hit, it would have been very close. That's not been referred upstairs, which means all is well in that run, so they'll get a single. Now, Himanshu Rathore, each time he's come on to bowl, in recent times, he's picked up a wicket in the first over. Very consistent with his line and length. Always thinking, making those changes. Good team man to have in the side.
Great character as well. Always looking to attack. All's well that ends well at the moment. Hisham is not going anywhere with his shot making. Interesting fields.
Yeah, there's vacant space at mid-wicket region in the onside. Fielders deployed in the deep, long gone deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square leg, and a fine, short fine.
Just a ball prior to that, Himanshu had a fine leg. Being an off spinner, he had a fine leg, almost towards the long leg area, which was changed, and that's the reason I said interesting.
Right, the surface is so good, you'll always give yourself a chance, even if you have a target of 105 to get in 56. Driven, firmly struck through extra cover region. Releases the pressure there, Waji. Much needed for.
Finally, something coming from the bat of the Saudi Arabians. They were in the mix of things, but always out of the contest. And in the process, they will also achieve their 50. So a wonderful shot from Waji. Never looked to keep it down. Just made sure that he had to surpass that waiting cover. And it was always going to be runs. Running between the wicket is going to be the key. Moving ahead. Oh, there's a mix-up. There's a mix-up. And it's not going to be doing any damage.
And Hisham, the captain, is not happy with Waji. Nevertheless, it's been a good over. 7 coming off at 11 gone. It's 54 for 4.
If you look at the worm is not even in contention at the moment, courtesy of those 4 early wickets. Yes, Qatar lost 2 early wickets, but in comparison, Saudi never stood up to the task.
Oh yes, that's going south if you can look at the worm of Saudi Arabia at this stage. That's because they've been pegged back by 4 early wickets very early in their innings. The sun seems to be shining bright here at the Oman Cricket Academy, and we'd love to see more of it. Oh, that is quick. Now this is going to be interesting. Not much turn offered over there.
Spin is the key for Qatar.
Nice. Bowled.
Angling into the right-hander. They do realize at the moment that Saudi are looking for those big shots, considering the required run rate, just inching close to 11.5, and that's where they would want to play a lot more shots than what they would have generally liked.
Nice fielding there by Himanshu Rathore, and all of a sudden the Qatar fielders, you can sense great amount of energy and spark in the middle. That's because of those 4 wickets. They're calling the shots in the middle. Down the leg side, picked away, straight to the fielder at deep backward square leg. They'll get a single.
They're looking for a wicket here. They should be sensing there is an opening here. Saudi are feeling the pressure. Has to be the pressure of the run rate. Missing the off stump by the smallest of margins on this occasion.
To me, it looked like it had crashed into the stumps. How did it miss that off stump? And Shahzab Jamil, the wicketkeeper, may have also just about had a small little niggle courtesy to that. Nicely bowled, another single. This is a top over by Muzaffar. What a difference he's making in the middle. Goes for 8 in his 2, 12 gone is 57 for 4.
So spin from both the ends. Himanshu is going to be continuing from the parking lot end here at the Oman Cricket Academy ground number 1. This is the Men's T20 Premier Cup 2024.
Another single down to long on. One of the two batters, Hisham Mawaji, have to decide who will be the aggressor here. Because that current run rate is not complementing the required run rate. Almost inching towards 13. One of them will have to take those chances.
Singles are not going to help. And Qatar wouldn't mind them. Because with every single, the required run rate will keep on rising. And that's the reason they've held on to Himanshu Rathore. He's a miser bowler.
Short and wide, put away. There's protection in the deep, he'll get a single, but this is not going to really bother the Qatar fielders. Saudi Arabia have gone quiet in the middle overs, and this is not a good sign. They have to find the big hits. Picks that from outside of off. Another single. Well, this broadcast coming to you live from the Oman Cricket Academy, and just the right time to also thank our official partners, Dafa News, 1x Bat, Babu 88 Sports, our official streaming partner India Fan Code, and official broadcast partner Nepal Kantipur TV. And these wonderful pictures brought to you by a wonderful team, TCM, our commercial partners as well. Over number 13 done, it's 61 for 4. Time to unlock cricket. All you cricket fans of your respective cricket teams in associate nations and elite nations, download the ACC app right away. You can also go to the asiancricket.org website and do the same on your Android and iOS. You can do it as well. Any cricket fan would be tempted to give that a go.
Yes, you get a lot of inside informations behind the scenes. Struck well, and this is travelling to the vacant hands of the fielder at sweeper cover. Such has been the day for Saudi Arabia. Everything that has come from the middle of the bat has gone to the fielders, and on other occasions they have been mediocre, missing, and the stumps being castled.
Muzaffar is settled into a very nice line and length. Complete control. Goes big. That's in the air. And that will go the distance as well. Just as I spoke about settling into a nice line and length. Here's in line. Much needed 6 here for Saudi Arabia.
It was desperate times for Saudi Arabia. They needed this. Probably they needed it yesterday. Although, better late than never. Finally, a maximum coming into the picture. And Waji is making a difference here. Can he do it? Continue to do it.
This time, gets a thickish outside edge. Was trying to go extra cover. The plan is very clear here. Waji will go after the bowling. Hisham will just about drop anchor. Because Hisham 20 in 31 is not helping the cause. And Waji, a runner ball 29, may just be the aggressor.
They need runs. And they need runs from both the ends if they want to make a match out of this. Yes, partnership of 50 coming in quick time.
But I'm not quite sure if this partnership has come in. Oh, he's been castled. Somebody had to go for it. Hisham was looking to go big. And is that a message given by the bowler to the batter as well? Musaffar is delighted. And so is Qatar. Half the side back in the dugout for Saudi Arabia.
When you have two Gulf teams competing against one another in a must-win game, you will always have a lot of emotions coming into the picture. Hisham Sheikh, the captain of Saudi Arabia, has departed. 20 of 32 for him. And that strike rate will be a daunting south for Saudi Arabia at the moment as they lose half their side in the process.
Qatar right on top in this contest. Look good to pocket 2 more points. They've given them a very good chance of making it to the top 4. Kashif Abbas, another very fine batter in the Saudi ranks. But Musaffar got hit for a 6 in this over but has come back well. Worked away off the mark with a single. They're looking for the second. Sent back by his partner. Qatar can get no wrong in this match so far. 14 gone, it's 70 for 5. This has been an abysmal start here. Abdul Wahid, Usman, Khalid, Faisal Khan departing with single digits. In fact, Abdul Wahid missing out with the bat today. Hisham Sheikh 20 in 32, just compounding to their problems. Abdul Manan Ali scored a brilliant unbeaten 44 in the last game against Hong Kong, China. Managed only 1. Wajiul Hassan fighting a lone battle, a runner ball 30 as Kashif Abbas has just joined him. Problems plenty here for Saudi Arabia. And that dugout, I'll tell you what, you can see some glum faces because they may have just squandered a very good opportunity, Pranav.
Yes, they have made a mess out of it. As Himanshu fires it in. They'll need to keep going. Wonder for a moment, would Saudi Arabia have in their mind the net run rate, and would they be looking to just get close to the target and give themselves a chance in the final game?
Shot and wide, cut away. Work to do for the fielder at cover sweeper. Does well to cut it off. Will keep it to 2. Brilliant fielding. Qatar have been a different side on display this morning. And just coming back to your point, Pranav. Yes, certainly they have good numbers with regard to the net run rate. They'll not want to ruin it. And that is something they will have at the back of their mind. Very good fielding effort. Well, that was Gayan Buddhika.
Once again, Gayan Buddhika. He's been a busy man at sweeper cover. They need boundaries, even if they're looking to get anywhere close. 80 of 33 deliveries.
Quicker delivery, work towards the mid-wicket region, work to do for the fielder. They won the second, they're running quickly, and they'll get that comfortably as well. Desperation in the middle by Saudi Arabia.
Suddenly there is a little bit of urgency in the mix of things, and it has to be when the required run rate is around 15. 78 of 32 deliveries. It looks as if Saudi are going to be making a mess of their net run rate, because things haven't been working in their favor and they're continuing to work against them.
Picked away in the vacant area. Much needed boundary here. Saudi Arabia continue to fight on. This has been a good over as well. 15 gone, it's 81 for 5.
So 5 to go. Oh, this could be quite adjacent. Oh, Mikhail Vaswamy, I just wonder how close this is. Vinay Kumar Jha has got everything right today. Was this going on to hit the stumps?
He just didn't move, Vinay Kumar Jha, the bowler. I'll tell you what, that was very close. Just looked like pitching in line, impact in line as well. But Vinay Kumar Jha thought otherwise. Oh, he goes big on this one. He's gone massive as well. Kashif Abbas has walked out to the middle and he's come out with some plans.
I'll tell you something. The game we play, the sport we love, it is such small margins. The finger goes up there. I think the game's dead. It's dusted. It's over. But you just never know. Left-handed batter to a left-arm spinner. Can he get 2 or 3 more in this over? Maybe not just to the boundary, maybe over the boundary like that one. It's a big hit. It's a good matchup. And after what was, well, a torturous innings from the captain, he couldn't get anything going, could he? Hisham Sheikh. Can Saudi Arabia somehow burst back into life? They've been nowhere for 15 overs.
67 of 28. The plan is very clear. Go for all. Goes big once again on his knee. Fielder coming underneath. He turns spectator. Back-to-back sixes. Saudi Arabia fighting on in this chase.
Oh, you have to love T20 cricket, Mikhail, because it's never over, it's never dead. And now these two, Waji Al-Hassan and Kashif Abbas, are plotting a heist. They're trying to work out how to do it. And Waji's saying, we've got 3 more balls, a left-arm spinner. Let's hit 3 more. Let's just keep going at him. It's that favourable matchup, 2 and 2. Can he make it 3 and 3?
This time he's got height and no distance. Fielder coming underneath at long on. It's been pouched. Muzaffar gets his man, gives him a send-off as well. Kashif perishes. And all of a sudden the hopes of Saudi Arabia as well seem to be evaporating.
Well, I lay no blame at all to Kashif Abbas here. He's hit 2 and 2. The reason he had to go for 3 and 3, it's the position that Saudi Arabia have been placed in. Really don't think that innings from their captain helped him in any way. 20 of 32. So Abbas had to go for it. He's made 17 off 8. It's 93 for 6. Just one more look at that LBW, I'll tell you. I think Vinay Kumar Jha is saying it's just missing leg. But he ended up really in front of all three stumps. Kabir Khan just having a word there with his left-handed batter. Cannot apply any blame to Kashif Abbas. He's done nothing wrong there. At least it's another left-hander. One more look at that LBW. That was the one given not out. Maybe was it just sliding? Look at the keeper's gloves. Close call.
Sometimes the wicketkeeper also just gives an indication where he's moving. New batter in appeal for a stumping. And that has been referred upstairs. The fielder, the body language, everyone pretty sure that there's something in it for them. We'll have to wait and watch if that leg was on the line.
Well, Shazib Jamil played the best innings of the day for me thus far. He made 38 off 27 earlier on. And a swift piece of glove work here is maybe possibly going to make this a remarkable turnaround. 6-6, could it be wicket, wicket? Zane's had a big swing. The foot's drifted out. Now, does it get back? Oh, yes, it does. Just about. That's good enough.
Just about millimeters inside that line. Shazib was very confident he had his man behind the stumps. Zainul Abidin survives. Waji is still there in the middle, but that equation is getting very difficult each delivery. And I'll tell you what, Saudi Arabia in the dugout of theirs will just be kicking themselves for squandering an opportunity here. They have an extra game advantage, but you don't want to leave things too far, too late. Once again, a double check on this dismissal. Maybe another angle from the offside would help ascertain. It's getting very difficult from here on for Saudi Arabia. Have played a very good brand of cricket against Hong Kong, China.
He's asking for another angle. I do feel a bit for Hamid Shah Durrani today because he's really been in the hot seat, hasn't he? 7 or 8 decisions he's had to make. I think for me that's okay. For me there's enough evidence something's behind the line there. And hopefully we'll see the green light come on in a moment.
Good.
Not out will be the decision. The green light will come on.
Great glove work as well there by Shazib. Very quick to dislodge the bails, to break the stumps. But Muzaffar, 2 for 29 for him in 3.5. He's been the pick of the bowlers. There again, firing it down. Leg by signal. What an end to his spell. 4 overs, 2 for 29. 16 gone. It's 94 for 6.
Okay, Mikhail, I've been crunching the numbers. A little bit of an update here. Presuming Qatar can get over the line here and take a win to get their net run rate above everyone, not Nepal, but above Malaysia and above Qatar and even above Saudi Arabia, they need to restrict Saudi Arabia to 103 or less. So it's obviously quite unlikely that. But even if Saudi Arabia were, let's say, bowled out for 120, Qatar would come very close up towards Malaysia. Then what they'll need tomorrow, they'll need Hong Kong to beat Malaysia. So it would be Hong Kong and Qatar that would be tied on 4 points. You'd expect Nepal will beat Saudi Arabia given the way the teams are playing. So 2 points for Saudi Arabia won't be enough. And then maybe, just maybe, it could be Qatar that are going to sneak through. The only trick for them will be both Malaysia and Hong Kong will know exactly what they need to do as long as they get their calculations correct.
You're an absolute mathematician, Andrew. You've got that to the T. And quite literally now, the hopes of many teams hinges on the matches of others as well. That's how scenarios change in the business end of the tournament. Pace introduced. Gayan, so impressive, 2 for 4. Goes towards the mid-wicket region. That'll only be a single. But Gayan, what a revelation he's been in this game. Just about ran through and rattled the top order of Saudi Arabia.
It's 101 to get above both Saudi and Malaysia, 103 or less. Obviously, it's unlikely. They'll need 4 quick wickets. But it just, for me, paints the picture of how critical every delivery is in associate cricket. And you look at something like the way in which Hong Kong capitulated to that defeat by 55 runs to Saudi Arabia. Okay, they weren't going to be able to get there. They weren't going to be able to chase down the 200 plus total, but they should have got 160, 170, 180. They should have narrowed that margin of defeat to keep their chances more alive. And I think the head coach, Simon Willis of Hong Kong, was disappointed with his men. He felt they just rolled over. Once the game was gone, they didn't keep fighting.
Aerial in the air as well. And that goes the distance. Welcome runs here. Waji continues to fight.
He's the last hope for a remarkable fight back. Career strike rate over 150. It's not been his most fluent innings today, but he's got a lovely platform. He's 43 off 34. The 100 comes up thanks to that maximum. They will just have a look, but I can guarantee you this is 6. He needs to face as much of the strike from the remaining 4 overs here. And you've nothing to lose, Saudi Arabia. Because if you don't win this, you have to go and beat Nepal. And even if you beat Nepal, then it's going to come down to net run rate. So you've got to win today.
Once again goes aerial. And looks like this will go the distance as well. Rubber the green going Waji's way. He inches towards 49. Back-to-back 6s. Saudi Arabia still in the hunt.
Well, so much for 101 or 103 all out. It's game on again. Bang, bang. T20 cricket, it swings in moments, in seconds. 2 big hits, 2 big 6s, not really where he's looking to hit them. Saudi Arabia won't mind a bother. 47 off 21, that's within the compass.
Andrew, 2 big edges rather. Very lucky there, Waji. Still fine leg and third inside the circle. Deep mid wicket, long gone, deep backward square leg. Much better delivery. This could be close.
And it's going to be 50 for Waji Ul Hassan. It's a first career 50. He does have 100 to his name, would you believe? But a first official 50 in T20I cricket. It's come in good time too. He's caught up nicely off 36 deliveries. If he's still there in the 20th and final over, we might still have a game in our hands. He's hit some nice 6s there too in this over, 3 in total. Strike rate 140. He's going to need to top that up. The game is on. The game's alive. He made 40 against Malaysia in really quick time. And he's just keeping Saudi Arabia's hopes flickering.
This time, over the infield, don't bother running, a boundary as well. And I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, Saudi Arabia reminding why they are the contenders as well in this pool. If you thought the other pool B was interesting, pool A certainly is giving us all the excitement as well.
Yeah, good shot. He intentionally opens the blade here, Mikhail, to get it behind square because there's a man at deep cover. And I have to say, it's a significant misstep, isn't it, by Qatar? It's easy to call it. You had to give him a third over up the top, didn't you, Munawira? They couldn't play him. Just could not pick him up whatsoever. But he's come back now. He's been dispatched. This over has already gone for 18.
Taken on the full. This time to deep backward square leg. Himanshu Rathur doing the fielding. 19 of this over. We've seen funny things happen in cricket. 17 gone. It's 113 for 6.
$41 to win off 18. Mudassir's doing the maths in the background. He says just hit 7 6s. That'll do, Saudi Arabia. You don't need all 18 balls.
Mudassir's got his plans right.
Well, 41 off 18. We're being treated to an exhibition here, Mikhail Vaswamy. Sensational cricket. This ACC Premier Cup, it has ebbed and flowed throughout. How good has it been?
I'll tell you what, it's given us everything. Suspense, drama, excitement, close finishes, hat-tricks, 6 sixes in an over. We've seen it all and a lot more beckons, Andrew.
Yeah, really been sensational. Now, who's it going to be? Who's going to stand up for Qatar?
This time, though, I'm not too sure he's connected it that well. Fielder, in fact, states he has. What a shot! Zainul Abidin has launched this over mid-wicket.
And Mudassir, well, he just smiles knowingly at us. He says this is the way they play. They don't need 18 balls, they just need 7. 7-6 is the equation. Forget about 41 runs.
I'll tell you what, he got stuck underneath this one. It's such a good wicket that you can play across the line on the front foot as well. It was in the air for a very long time, but it got the distance too. And this match has the ingredients of a photo finish. There again, slaps it towards the cover region. Single, and that brings Waji on strike. Wow.
It's not just 2 people up here, it's 3. He's the smuggest man anywhere in the entire Sultanate of Oman. He says, Lenny, it's not 41 off 18, it's 41 off 7. How many sixes do they need? Oh, 6 more, okay. He's got his maths right as the big man. Game on here in a big way. Which way is it going to go? That's the question. Saudi, if they win, they could be the favourites for the semi-final.
Oh yes, and now they're playing like absolute champions over here. Simply because for the manner in which they've come back in that game against Hong Kong, China, they've raised expectations of being a side that can rattle the top teams in this tournament. Has he found another home run? Yes, he has. This game has suddenly turned on its head, and it's Waji who's calling the shots in the middle.
Oh, this has been the most remarkable T20 you could imagine. All of a sudden, Saudi Arabia are favourites. 28 off 15. Well, it's well within the compass. This man, he's already got a T20 I-100 to his name. That's monstrous. That's out on the main road, I think. Look at how big that is. It's still going.
We are witnessing 6 hitting at its very best. The lower order of Saudi Arabia has stood up and stood out in this chase. And all of a sudden, the complexion of this game has taken a complete U-turn. 28 or 15, you'd want to believe Saudi can chase this down. Qatar need another wicket.
It's literally gone out of the venue. And thanks to that volunteer there, who's had to run over to the little sand football field, it's hit the main road, I think. There he is. Oh, well done, sir. Thank you so much. Now, how's his arm? What's his throw like? Let's get a look. Oh, pretty good. We'll give that 8 out of 10. Like that.
I reckon he should be standing there for a couple of more deliveries, Andrew. The way Waji has been batting. Oh, my dear. What are we witnessing? Absolute carnage in the middle. For most part of the game, it was Qatar all the way. And all of a sudden, I would love to see that Saudi dugout at this stage. What's it like? Fuller, played towards long on region. They're running the first run fast. They'll get a single. Already 14 runs have come in the first 4 deliveries. 27 in 14. Will Saudi Arabia emerge victorious? Will they pull off a heist?
Well, that 115 that Waji Ul Hassan made, that came against Bhutan, and with great credit to them, if he can get them over the line here, this is going to be the innings of his life. 29 years of age, very early in his international career. Just the 9th time he's batted in an official T20I. And there is the CEO of Saudi cricket. Maybe he's inspiring them back into this chase next to Prabhakaran Thanraj from the Asian Cricket Council. Are we seeing a heist arise from the ashes potentially? They were dead, they were buried. This game was done, Mikhail. And now Waji Ul Hassan with a nice little cameo from Zainul Abidin. He needs support. Have Saudi alive. I make them favourites. 2 a ball, 4 wickets in hand, 2 set men. The men in green can do it.
Excitement, entertainment, tension reaching its crescendo. And the batter just backs off. All of it. And then we see a little bit of a bluff there. Nevertheless, 26 in 13. This has been a turnaround of mammoth proportions. Saudi Arabia have just emerged out of nowhere and jolted Qatar's plans. But it's anybody's game from here on. I reckon a wicket here for Qatar. They're back in business. But Saudi Arabia look unstoppable, Andrew.
Well, this game was literally dead. It was dead and buried. An excellent finish from Saudis kept them in the game. But a crucial dot to close out the 18th. The kick of the turf in frustration from Jabir. His spell is done. He can't control it barring his fielding anymore. 1 for 33 for him. It's 128 for 6. You're not going to believe this graphic here. Look at the disparity. After 13 overs, there was 30 runs between these sides. 61 for 4, Saudi in the chase. But a combination of a remarkable fight back at the death. Remember, the last 3 overs yielded just 9 runs for Qatar in the first innings because of that brilliant finish. That has meant that we've got a grandstand finish, Mikhail. It's 26 off 12. The momentum's with the batting side, but there could be a twist and a turn yet. And what's this? A spin bowler's going to bowl the 19th. A brave move from Mohammad Tanvir.
Well, Rathod, player of the match in the last game. Captain's go-to man in the middle overs. Can he deliver the goods in his final? Taken on the full. Straight back past the bowler. I'm not too sure if he's getting more than a single over here. Good low full toss. It all depends now on how Waji takes the next 5 deliveries.
Well, there's 2 challenges here for Qatar. One, a spinner has to bowl the 19th because they've only used 5 bowlers. And unless they turn to a wildcard 6th bowler, it's going to be Guyan Munawira who will have to bowl the 20th and final. Carted around in his 3rd over.
Pressure. Quicker one, sensing the batter may be coming down the pitch. Just had that a little wide. (24 of 11). This time he goes big, but only to find the field and the deep. It's been taken. Rathod strikes. Waji departs. Qatar celebrate. And yet again there's a twist in the tail.
Well, I said we might have a twist. I said we might have a turn. And it's come from the turn, the off spin of Himanshu Rathod, who's held his nerve. It was there to be hit as well, wasn't it? It was pretty much into the slot where Waji will have wanted it. All he could do was mistime it out to the man who celebrates heartily at deep mid-wicket. Saudi in trouble again now. I think it was Kamran Khan who's taken the catch. Waji Hassan's played excellently well. He's gone for 57 off 40. It's 130 for 7.
Usman Najib star with the ball. 2 wickets for him. One of the highest wicket takers. Can he land a few big hits? Looks to go big. Misses that completely. Very smartly bowled. The carom ball. Himanshu Rathod prides over the carom ball.
Great skills here. Not just bowling the carom ball, but getting it so wide, yet still inside the guideline. Critical dot.
He's been stumped. Looks like it. Qatar are celebrating. Himanshu Rathod with a quicker, flatter delivery. And Usman Najib may have to take the long walk back.
Yeah, Vinay Kumar Jha will have a look upstairs, but the bowler's convinced, the keeper's convinced, and the batter doesn't look too confident, does he? It's a pretty remarkable shot with a man who can hit 6s at the far end. There'll be nothing wrong with that front foot, that's fine. What about the batter? Usman Najib, surely the play was just to get a single, get Zain Al-Abidin on strike, who's been hitting the ball nicely. Instead, he has an almighty heave, and the glove work has been sharp and crisp all day. And yeah, might need another angle, but I think this is going to be gone.
Gone for all money. Usman Najib. His bat may have been in the air when Shazib broke the stumps. Even as he waits with a little bit of suspense, and this will give clarity as well. There it is. It's a no-brainer of a decision. You can see that blue bail just about in the air. Expect the red light to flash anytime soon, and there it is. Another wicket falls. Usman Najib has to walk back. This is brilliant stuff by Qatar and Himanshu Rathod. Usman has to walk back without troubling the scorers. It's 130 for 8.
Ishtiaq Ahmed at number 10. Saudi Arabia, they've got themselves in a tangle in this over. It was 26 off 12. It's 24 off 8, just 2 wickets in hand.
And he's dispatched that over extra cover region. We'll get a couple of runs, make that 22 in 7. A big hit over here, a home run, and maybe against Saudi Arabia would be sensing something.
Just one more look at the dismissal first. Great glove work again. He's been excellent, hasn't he? Batted brilliantly. Good with the gloves too. Big ball. Needs a maximum. Tries, but not going to get there. Can he get back for 2? Can Al Abadin get back on strike? He's going to try. Throw goes to his end. Gets home safely. Cannoned into his leg. Oh, that looks nasty. Gets to the ball. It's going to be 20 to win from the final over. 134 for 8.
Gets an inside edge. I just felt the fielder threw it at the wrong end, but there was nobody backing up at the strikers, and maybe that's why. Yes, you did see a fielder coming by, but he should have thrown it at the strikers' end. That'll hurt. Right on the shin. Himanshu Rathod, lucky enough for him. It's his final over. Looks like he may just need some icing on that.
He'll be hoping that he needs ice. He'll be hoping that Qatar are in the semi-finals. For them to be there, they're going to need to win, and then they're going to need some real help. Their net run rate will improve with any kind of a win because it's in the negative at the moment. And here it goes. It's all on this man now. Exceptional with the new ball. He bowled a maiden. He had 2 for 4 after 2 overs. His next over went for 19. If this one goes for 19, you can do the maths, Mikhail. We'll have a super over.
On a Super Tuesday. As simple as that. Zain Ul Abidin. Good news here for Saudi Arabia that Zain is on strike. Gayan, a little under pressure. He leaked quite a few runs in his previous over. But a wicket here, and it's almost curtains to Saudi's chances as well. What a match we're having. Full delivery right underneath the bat. Yes, Zain has to keep strike. 20 in 5 now.
How is Mudassir's 6 counter going? He was looking so confident when that second 6 got hit. He said only 5 more to me off air. Well, 3 isn't enough now. You'll need some help with 3. Only 5 deliveries to do it in. This one, it has to go, Mikhail.
But if you can land another delivery right underneath the bat, it's Qatar almost through. Wow, it's been a seesaw battle. Momentum has shifted very fast. Here we go. Wide. You don't want to do that.
Oh, look at Mudassir. He's so smug. Now he says 3 will get me the super over. That's all I want. I don't want the win for Saudi anymore. 3 big hits. And in fairness to Gayan, he's trying to keep it out of the hitting arc, isn't he? Because you can see where Zain Al Abidin wants to target. He wants to go long on. He wants to go cow corner. He's taking a step across his stumps. He wants to get one into his hitting arc and get a big one down the ground. 3 big ones. Well, that's how close this still is. 19 to win off 5.
In the arc, but straight down to the fielder at mid-off. Brilliant bowling. Zain just about kicking himself. He felt there was an opportunity to go big on this one. Very good 2 deliveries.
What he's doing nicely. Look at Saudi Arabia, distraught. They can't believe they didn't get over the line against Malaysia. It was only 140 odd on a batting paradise over on the second oval. Today, we don't feel that 154 is a target that should have been out of reach on another good batting surface. They know they've got themselves to blame. A historic, massive, monstrous win over Hong Kong, the biggest in their cricketing history. They haven't been able to back it up either side before it or after it. They need a miracle now from Zainul Abidin.
Taken this time, gets underneath this one. And straight to the field at long on. That's pretty much the end of Saudi's fight in the middle. Very fine catch taken by Mohammad Anaf. Looks like it was a change of pace there. Didn't quite get underneath that one and holds out in the deep.
Well, now, hold on. Hold on. I'm just hearing a whisper in my ear. Check the front foot. They want to look at the front foot. Oh, you couldn't write this. Surely not, Mikhail. Surely not. Guy and Fernando. Oh, he looks like a nervous schoolboy. The schoolboy's being cooled into the principal's office. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a no ball. That's why he had that nervous look on his face. Zainul Abidin will keep strike. It'll be a no ball. 3 sixes will do it now. A free hit to follow. For the second time today. The first time in the first innings. The second time now in the second. We have a no ball via the replay. It's 4 balls left. It's 18 to win. 3 sixes will do.
And it's a free hit on offer. This is a big no ball at a time when you don't want to make any kind of an error. It was a wicket. It was a goner all the way for Saudi Arabia. But they survived this anxious moment. Can they make use of it? What a delivery. Right underneath the bat.
Not out, Mikhail. Not out. Remember, free hit. Don't worry.
I'm only appreciating the delivery, Andrew.
3 balls, 3 sixes. It's now that simple. Keep the foot behind the line. Guy and Budaka, hold your nerve. Oh, funny old game, isn't it? The wind's just creeping up again. It was a great delivery, I agree with you. It's actually swung in late. Just wonder, is Zainul Abidin almost overdoing the trying to get into position? Stand still. Trust yourself to hit it out of the ground. If you have to extend over the offside, so be it. Mohamed Tanvir continues to be animated. Qatar will stay alive with a victory. Saudi, well, there'll be an oxygen supply.
This is it. Qatar will live to fight another day. One good delivery was all it was needed in this remaining 3 deliveries to ascertain their place and position in this pool. And Saudi Arabia, those faces clearly suggest and spell out a story as well.
Look at the body language. Arms crossed, hands on face. They know that they really only have themselves to blame. They did the business with the ball and in the field, fighting back after a blistering start from Qatar. They got it very much to a chaseable total. But now, barring another overstep, barring a miracle, it's not going to be enough, whatever Ishtiaq does. And that's going to be that. Qatar will take the win, and you would suspect with it they'll have a nervy watch tomorrow, but they'll stay alive. Get a look at the points table as soon as it's updated after this, because the net run rate's going to make for interesting reading. They needed probably a 30-40 run win to be in with a really good chance, but they do stay alive with a second win. 2 within 24 hours. Great credit to them. They've shown real resilience and real character, and this man has bowled excellently.
This is it. Qatar emerged victorious, keep their chances alive in this tournament. It's been a complete performance, an all-round effort by them, and they have just about jolted Saudi Arabia's plans in this tournament. They celebrate. The fist pumps come out. Another fine effort by them. Gayan Budika made early inroads with the ball, and you can look at the Qatar flag as well, flying high for obvious reasons. They have just about given them an outside chance to qualify into the top 4. They'll have to wait and watch, but they'll walk back with their head held high for the way they've played their cricket in this game, defending a very, very modest total. Saudi Arabia, well, certainly they've squandered an absolute great opportunity.
And look at what it means to Qatar. They've taken a bit of criticism, haven't they, after those first 2 defeats? The Nepal fans have got into them in a big way. Their head coach, Mohammed Haroon, who was just backing his boys, that's all he was doing. He was saying, if we can beat Hong Kong in our first game, I think we'll win all 4 group games. He was trying to be confident, trying to back his boys' abilities. But the character they've shown to come back and win their last 2, huge credit to them. A big win over Malaysia yesterday where they scrambled over the line. And now, to be honest, they've dominated a lot of this contest against Saudi Arabia. Everything barring the last 4 overs in the first innings, and then a real wobble when Wajil Hassan found an ally in firstly Kashif Abbas and then Zain Al-Abidin to give Saudi Arabia life and hope. The 2 numbers I have to read you though. Hisham Sheikh, the captain, 20 off 32. And in the end, all those deliveries he chewed up, they've been the difference between the 2 sides, because it's a 15-run victory that Qatar have taken. Wickets for all 5 bowlers used, and well, again, great character shown, particularly by Guyan Budaka, probably the pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 27. He had 2 for 4, went round the park in his third, and then what character to bowl that critical final over.
Oh yes, all the bowlers chipping in. It was Guyan Budaka who started it off, and then nicely complemented by Muzaffar Shah and Himanshu Rathod, both of them accounting for 4 wickets between them in their 8 overs, and that's where they did the bulk of the damage in the middle overs. A confirmation, Qatar put it past Saudi Arabia in what has been one of their best performances so far in the ACC Men's T20 Premier Cup.
Now there's the news. That's the net run rate that our calculations make it. You look at Saudi Arabia, you think, okay, well, their net run rate's sitting pretty. The problem is they've got to get to 4 points, so they're going to have to beat Nepal. If they do beat Nepal, it will probably be enough, barring a very big win for Malaysia over Hong Kong. If they don't beat Nepal, who knows? Maybe it's Qatar that could just squeeze through. What they will need is, it will need to be a Hong Kong-China victory, because if Malaysia beat Hong Kong, their net run rate is in excess of Qatar. They'll take that second semi-final spot. Malaysia, in many ways, will be the happiest of the sides in this group, because they will control their own fate going into that final day of the group stages. It's all to play for.
And we thought Group B was getting interesting, and all of a sudden this is split wide open with a chance to everybody. And I'll tell you what, this is how things panned out in the chase. In the very first delivery of the chase, Abdullah Wahid was dismissed. It was Guyan who began all of this. And look at that for celebration. The informed batter, some kind of resistance and attack shown. But it was wickets all the way. Poor shot selection there by Faisal Khan playing across the line. And this was another beauty of a delivery by Guyan. Wickets kept tumbling left, right and centre as Qatar accounted for very early wickets. In fact, 4. And then came a little bit of a partnership. That's where Hisham Sheikh and Shazay brought about some kind of partnership in the middle.
Yeah, certainly there was the occasional show from Sheikh, but his innings were just too slow. 20 off 32. That's a difficult innings in a ODI. That was his dismissal. In a T20I, it's just not quick enough. Wajil Hassan, great credit to him. 7 boundaries, including those back-to-back 6s. It just sparked the chase into life from nowhere. It was a 19-run over off Guyan Munawira. And then the big shots kept coming, but this one, monster. It was followed by one that wasn't big enough. He holed out to Kamran Khan. Great credit to Rathod, who held his nerve, and ultimately Qatar prevailed. So that's going to wrap up our coverage from game number 1. But remember, we've 2 games in progress and we've got the post-match presentation. Difficult player of the match decision today. I think I'd give it to one of the Qatari bowlers if it was up to me. They were excellent. They won them the game. It's a 15-run victory. We'll be back with the post-match presentation with Mudassir in just a few moments' time.
It's time for the presentation here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2024 post-match presentation. And before we move ahead, we would like to thank Asian Cricket Council and Oman Cricket Association for hosting this T20 tournament. We would also like to thank our sponsors, official streaming partner India Fan Code, official broadcast partner Nepal Kantipur TV, official partners Dafa News, 1xBat, Babu 88 Sports, and commercial partner TCM. The 15th game of this tournament was played between two Gulf region teams, Qatar taking on Saudi Arabia, and what a win for Qatar and keeping their hopes alive in this tournament to go into the semi-finals. And moving ahead, I would like to call Hisham. Can you please join us and have a few words? Hisham, tough day. 153, started off really well. What went wrong?
I think even at the toss I told you that we would take 150, 145, 150, and I think bowlers did their part, but I think we didn't bat well through the power play as well as the first 10. However, Baji and Zain, I think they tried to get us back, but till then the required rate had gone a lot up.
Second time in this tournament, you guys just gave it away. As we have seen against Malaysia, you're in a strong position. So what went wrong? Is it all about the batting, or you need to apply yourself?
Yeah, I think the application should be better in these situations because these teams, they've been playing for a long time and they have the experience on how to get into the crunch games. However, our guys, they are good as well skill-wise, but in these things, I think these low-scoring thrillers and these tricky scores, 145, 160, you have to play a little bit more intelligently out there in the middle.
Still, Saudi has a chance because up against the next game is against Nepal. So what are the plans against Nepal?
Yeah, I think we're going to come hard. That's the only option we have because we've already showed how we can beat Hong Kong as well. So we're going to go give it a chance, short.
So definitely Saudi is looking for some big teams to get those couple of points in the kitty.
Inshallah, inshallah.
All the best and do well.
Thank you, sir.
It was Hisham Sheikh, the captain of Saudi Arabia. Now it's time to call the man in form, the captain of Qatar, Mr. Tanveer. May I request you to please join us here, Tanveer. First of all, congratulations, Tanveer. What a win.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सब टीम गेम और टीम ने माशाल्लाह बड़ी एफर्ट की है जिसकी वजह से हमें ये विन मिली है.
Tanveer, out of nowhere now there is always an opportunity for Qatar to make into the semi-finals. 153, did you thought it was enough on this day?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये था कि मुझे अपने बॉलर्स पे यकीन था कि वो ये करके दिखाएंगे. थ्रू आउट टूर्नामेंट थोड़ी बॉलिंग हम लोगों से अच्छी नहीं हुई क्योंकि हमारे जो पेसर थे उनको थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम रही, लेकिन इन दी एंड वो उन्होंने जो कम बैक किया है तो वो बहुत ज़बरदस्त हुआ.
Still happy by the changes you made in the bowling because at the top, Gyan bowled only 2 overs in the power play.
जी, ज्ञान हमारा टॉप बॉलर है तो मैंने ये सोचा कि उस टाइम पे अगर इसका ओवर दे दिया तो विकेट नहीं मिली तो फिर हमारे लिए लास्ट में ओवर करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा, तो हमने वो उसको लास्ट में यूज़ किया और उसके रिजल्ट हमें मिले.
Still there is a hope of Qatar making it to semi-final, but it all depends on Malaysia and Hong Kong game.
जी बिल्कुल, हमने मैच जीतना था, बाकी अल्लाह के हाथ में है क्या होता है. इंशाल्लाह ताला देखते हैं आगे.
Well done, Tanveer, and hope you will make into the semi-finals.
इंशाल्लाह, थैंक यू वेरी मच.
So that was the captain Tanveer from Qatar, and moving ahead, I would like to invite our match referee, Mr. Hamim Talwar, to give away the Player of the Match award. There were quite a few notable performances talking about this game. Tanveer, the captain of Qatar, managing 43 of 44 balls. Jamil also was among the runs, 38 of 37. But the Player of the Match goes to, for his brilliant spell, 4 overs, 27 runs, a made into his name, couple of wickets. It's Gyan Munawira, the fast bowler of Qatar. Yeah, congratulations. Big match and a big spell from you.
Yeah, it was like little bit hard work. It's not like just come and bowling in the wicket. So yeah, of course, before this tour we had a good practice sessions and good preparation. So those things pay off today.
Yeah, especially if you talk about shorter formats, we always say it's a batting paradise, and the shorter formats always favors the batter. But the conditions for the fast bowlers in this game, I hope you thoroughly enjoyed the conditions today.
Yeah, obviously these wickets are amazing. It is not just like for the batsman. As a bowler, if you are bowling with the variation, you can do the much better. But obviously these wickets are much familiar to the batsmen.
Your thoughts of bowling just 2 overs inside the power play. We were expecting you to get one more over inside the power play.
Yeah, obviously I was in a good rhythm to bowl in my third over, but captain might be thinking about to, we know that this game will go to the deep because these wickets are like runs will come easily. So captain might be thinking we want to keep in the safe side, so he might keep my 2 overs for the last, and that also pay off us.
Well done again, and all the best, and hope you guys will make into the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you very much, thank you.
So that was Gyan Munavira, the player of the match from this game. So that's all we do have from the post-match presentation. And before signing off, let me remind you there is one more game coming up. Bahrain taking on Cambodia. So don't miss the excitement. And to catch all the excitement, tune into Fan Code in India, Kantipur TV in Nepal, and ACC YouTube page for rest of the world.